Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is Shyam Gagor here. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, can you please give me a thumbs up? Done. Okay, so let's start. Yesterday, what we have done? Yesterday, we started with the concept of taxation. We have covered the remaining aspects within that concept of taxation. What we discussed yesterday, we have discussed the features, or let's say certain important ideas regarding GST, goods and services tax. In goods and services tax, what we have discussed how GST will function interstate as well as intrastate, inter as well as intrastate. Okay, so whether it is intrastate or interstate, do not worry. Simply remember the idea. Whether it is inter or intra, the government will provide input to tax credit in all the places. ITC will be provided in all the places. And because government is providing input to tax credit in all these places, what you generally see is the cascading effect will not be there, right? And the tax burden on the customers will be very, very low. Right? That is the point that you simply need to carry. After that, we have discussed anti-profiteering measures. Idea of anti-profiteering measure. What is profiteering? Unreasonably, whenever you earn more profit. I'm repeating the definition of profiteering. Unreasonably, when you make more profit, that is called as profiteering. And the unreasonable higher profits you are able to make for a simple reason. Government has reduced the taxes. The market prices should have come down. You will reduce the market price, but you will not completely transfer the benefit to the customers. So you will make unreasonably higher profit. In such cases, we have an authority, National Anti-Profiteering Authority, NAA, National Anti-Profiteering Authority. This authority will investigate, come out with, let's say, if there is a finding of profiteering, they will come out with penalties on the companies, or let's say the sellers who are involved in profiteering. I also told you the National Anti-Profiteering Authority has a sunset clause of 2 years. It has a sunset clause of 2 years. Later, it was extended by again 2 more years. Again, it has been extended. We are expecting the winding up or closure of this authority, right? Now, after that, we have discussed certain very important concepts, such as a tax to GDP ratio, tax buoyancy, okay, tax buoyancy. Now, some of you are saying there is an issue with the sound. Is everyone facing the issue with the sound? Let me know. Is everyone facing the issue with the sound? If you're facing the issue with the sound, please hit the fix audio button. Either refresh or fix audio button. Please hit it. Automatically it will get adjusted. Okay. So after that, we have discussed and we have discussed the concept of the tax buoyancy. Tax buoyancy means what? Higher, basically higher growth will lead to higher tax collection. So the percentage changes in the taxes are divided by percentage changes in let's say GDP. That is basically called as a tax buoyancy. Then there is a tax to GDP ratio. What is the value of the tax divided by what is the value of GDP? Tax to GDP ratio. Then there is tax elasticity. If you change the rate of tax, to what extent the amount of tax revenues will change? That is a tax elasticity. And finally, we have discussed a tax expenditure. What is tax expenditure? Whenever government will provide, when government will provide certain exemptions, deductions, etc. As a result of this, how much tax receipts will not be collected by the government? That is called as tax expenditure. After that, we have discussed certain reforms in the taxation. That is a transparent taxation reform. Then the concept of Laffer curve. Idea of Laffer curve. What does Laffer curve say? Whenever you increase the tax rate, the amount of tax revenue that you collect will keep on increasing. Simple. Whenever you increase the tax rate, amount of tax revenue that you will collect will keep on increasing, but till only certain threshold level. up to a certain limit. After that, if you further increase the tax rate, your tax receipts will not increase, rather they will decrease. Why? We have discussed yesterday. I told you, people will feel the burden of taxation, and now they will start replacing work with leisure. They will reduce the work, they will start taking more rest, thereby reducing the amount of tax receipts. Done? So that is what we have discussed yesterday. After that, we started with the concept of money and banking. Money and banking. And in money and banking, we started with types of money. Types of money. There are 4 types. One is called as a fiat money. Right? Fiat money means what? Government issues an order. Through the order, we will provide certain value to a currency. Right? So that is a fiat money. For example, in India, we have currency coins and currency notes. Is it okay? Currency coins and currency notes. Right, we'll discuss more on coins and notes in some time. Please have patience. But before that, we had commodity money. Commodity money means where commodity itself was being used, for conducting transactions. Because money means what? It's a medium of exchange. Money is nothing but medium of exchange. So earlier, we used to use commodities as a medium of exchange. Hence, it was called as a commodity money. For example, we used gold, we used bronze, we used pearls, shell, etc. But over a period of time, we have shifted from the commodity money to the concept of fiat money. Commodity money has an intrinsic value, whereas fiat money doesn't have intrinsic value. And I told you, fiat money has a very, very high liquidity. What do you mean by liquidity? Whenever you want to convert this asset into money, how quickly you can convert the asset into money, that is called as liquidity. For example, yesterday we discussed gold and cash, and I told you cash has the highest liquidity. You don't need to convert cash. It has always the highest liquidity. But compared to, let's say, gold, right, cash has higher liquidity. Or between, let's say, fixed deposit and savings bank account has very high liquidity. Then we have discussed a fiduciary money or bank money. Fiduciary money or bank money. And I started with the example, that is a check. Right? I gave you an example where I came to the shop. You are owning a shop. I purchased a lot of goods from the shop, but I'll make a payment in the form of a check. Now, whether to accept the payment or not, it is entirely up to you. Because check is not a legal tender. I repeat, check is not a legal tender. Government of India has not recognized check as a legal tender. What do you mean by legal tender? Legal tender means the money that should be accepted as a form of a payment. Simple. The money that should be accepted as a form of a payment. Right? In fact, I told you one more example. I said, imagine I'll come to a shop, I'll purchase goods worth 100 rupees. I will take out 100 rupee note and give it to you. Should you accept it? Of course, yes, you should accept it. But on the other hand, if I write a check of 100 rupees to you, it is entirely up to you whether to accept it or reject it. That's the reason fiat money is a legal tender. Fiduciary money is not a legal tender. Done? Right. So this is basically the idea of different types of money. 4th type is left out. Let me start with that. Commercial bank money. Commercial bank money. Have a look at this. Commercial bank money simply refers to the money that is created by the banks under the concept of fractional reserve system, FRS. Commercial bank money refers to that money which is created by the banks under fractional reserve system. Let me give us a very simple example. Right? Take this example. Please do not by heart it. Don't waste your time. I'm only saying please do not by heart it. Just to give you the idea, I've written the table here. What is the table? Imagine you have 100 rupee. So what you will do, you will take the 100 rupee, go to the bank, deposit the 100 rupee to the bank. That is step number 1. Step number 2, the bank generally, understand this, the bank generally is not allowed to use all the 100 rupees to give loans. Because obviously the bank has to provide loans. You should not have any doubt regarding this. Bank will collect money, bank will give loans. But can the bank use all the 100 rupee that you have deposited with them to give loans? No. Sir, why? Why should they not use all 100 rupees? Is it not very risky? Think of it. If you keep 100 rupee with the bank and bank will use all this 100 rupee to give a loan, is it not too much risky? Because what if I give all the 100 rupee loan to a company will basically incur losses, or the owner of the company will run away. Then all of your money, is basically stuck up here. So that is the reason all this amount will not be utilized. Some of it will be kept in the form of reserves. Some of it will be kept in the form of a reserve, right? Remember this. Some of it will be kept in the form of reserves. Let's say 10% of the money collected by the bank is a reserve. So if you keep 100 rupee with the bank will keep aside 10 rupee, and remaining 90 rupees the bank will give in the form of loan to company A. Now what will the company A do with 90 rupees? Let's say company A will purchase certain goods from company B, and as a result of this 90 rupee will be given from company A to company B. Now company B has 90 rupees. What the company B will do? Company B will take it, deposit in the bank, right? Let's say bank 2. Now 90 rupees is there with bank 2. Bank 2 will keep aside 10% of it, and remaining 81% they will give it in the form of loan. Now this is a two-step. This is a second step that I've written here. Now follow this carefully. What the bank 2 has done is it has created a loan. What the bank 1 has done is it has created a loan. Both of the banks, that is 1 and 2, they have not printed money. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Both bank 1 and bank 2, they have not printed money. They have not created money. What they have done? They have created loans here. Right? Only 100 rupee note has been printed and issued in the market. But because of this, right, what is going to happen is the banks are going to keep aside certain amount of reserves, and remaining amount of money they will give it in the form of loans in the market. So this creation of credit, I repeat, this creation of credit, this creation of loans basically is referred to as commercial bank money. Any difficulty here? Any difficulty? This is called as a commercial bank money. I'll give you one more example. I'm pretty sure most of you have got credit cards. Think of it. Most of you have got credit cards. Now tell me, when a bank will give you a credit card, do you think bank is printing money and giving it to you? Right? No, bank is not printing money. But can you use the credit card to purchase goods and services in the market? Of course, yes. But later, you will pay it back to the bank. So what you have done? You have basically borrowed money from the market. You have basically borrowed money. Credit creation takes place in the system. So this process of credit creation is referred to as commercial bank money. And what is the meaning of a fractional reserve system? All the banks in India follow a fractional reserve system. Fractional reserve system simply means part of the deposits are kept with the bank, remaining are issued in the form of a credit. Is it okay? Part of the deposits the bank will keep with itself, remaining they will issue credit, or they will use it to issue loans in the market. This process is referred to as a fractional reserve system. Done? Right? So this is basically the fourth type of money, commercial bank money. Right? Now, let me enter into banking. Let me enter into the core of banking now. What is a banking structure in India? This is a banking structure. At the type of, or at the top of the banking structure, we have a regulator. Okay, at the top of the banking structure, we have the regulator in India. Who is the regulator of banking sector? Reserve Bank of India. Now, the Reserve Bank of India will regulate all these banks. Regulate means what? For example, you want to set up a bank. You want to start a bank. You'll have to take a license for it. Who will issue the license in India? RBI. You are not working correctly. RBI will simply ask you to close down the bank. RBI will issue a directive for cancelling the license of the bank. You want to open branches in India. You want to open branches. RBI will say where you are supposed to open, how many branches. Right? You are supposed to collect deposits and give loans. RBI will say what kind of deposits you can collect, what kind of loans you are allowed to give. So that's a precise reason we say RBI is a regulator of the banking sector. Now, next point is important. Focus on this. Many of you will get confused later when you keep on reading the newspaper. There is one act. There is one act in India, the Banking Regulation Act. There is one act in India, the Banking Regulation Act of 1949. Any bank that is covered under Banking Regulation Act, I repeat, any bank that is covered under the Banking Regulation Act of 1949 is referred to as a commercial bank. Is it okay? I'll repeat the statement again here. Any bank that is covered under the Banking Regulation Act of 1949 is referred to as a commercial bank. Now, the commercial banks, all of them will be regulated by Reserve Bank of India. And these commercial banks are further divided into two parts. One is called as a scheduled commercial bank. Second one is a non-scheduled commercial bank. What is the basic difference between a scheduled and a non-scheduled? There is an act called as RBI Act of 1934. Please remember this. RBI is not a constitutional body. Is it okay? RBI is not a constitutional body. Right? In the Constitution of India, there is no article which says RBI should be established. No. Because RBI was established even before the Constitution of India. So that's a reason, remember this, there is an act called as RBI Act of 1934. Under the RBI Act of 1934, there is one schedule, Schedule 2. There is one schedule called as a Schedule 2. Schedule 2 of RBI Act. Now, any bank which is registered under Schedule 2 of RBI Act, it is called as a scheduled commercial bank. Is it okay? Can I go forward? I'll repeat it. There is RBI Act of 1934, and if a bank is registered under Schedule 2 of RBI Act of 1934, this bank is called as a scheduled commercial bank. And if you are not registered under the Schedule 2 of RBI Act of 1934, you are referred to as non-scheduled bank. Now, why this classification is required? If you are going to get certain assistance from RBI, right? Next we will discuss that only. There is a concept of repo. There is this idea of a CRR, SLR, etc. Generally, these regulations are applicable for scheduled commercial bank. For example, if you are a scheduled commercial bank, you can borrow from Reserve Bank of India. But if you are non-scheduled commercial bank, generally you are not allowed to borrow from Reserve Bank of India. So that is a basic difference between a scheduled as well as a non-scheduled. This is the example of a non-scheduled commercial bank. Do not by heart it, UPSC will not ask it. Many students will keep on asking me, sir, give me example of a non-scheduled commercial bank. I have given the list, right? I have given list of 10 non-scheduled commercial banks. What are the examples of scheduled commercial banks? All the public sector banks. I repeat, all the public sector banks, right? All the private sector banks, foreign banks in India, regional rural banks, cooperative banks, etc., etc. All these are the examples of scheduled commercial banks. Then this is a classification of banking. This is a classification of banking in India. Done. Shall I go to the next one here? Now within this, let's focus. This is very, very important now. Focus on this. Focus on this. So this is very, very important. RBI. Why this is very important? I'll show you the questions. Every year from banking, around 4 to 5 questions will come. Trust me when I say this. Every year, generally around 4 to 5 questions in prelims will come from banking. And let's say out of 4 questions, 2 questions will be from RBI. I hope you understand. 2 questions will be from RBI. Okay. What is a Banking Regulation Act? I say it. There is one act called as Banking Regulation Act of 1949. All the banks, right? All the banks which are there, right, in India, which will come under the Banking Regulation Act. What does the Banking Regulation Act say? The Banking Regulation Act says the power of regulating these banks is given to Reserve Bank of India. Right? That's the reason any bank which is coming under the Banking Regulation Act is called as a commercial bank. Okay. Why non-scheduled banks are introduced? In order to promote lower regulation, right? There are banks which will have very high regulation, which will come under a lot of conditions of RBI. You want, apart from that, you also want to have some other banks which are having lower regulation. So we have non-scheduled banks. Okay, done. Let's go to the next important point here. That is the Reserve Bank of India. Bharatiya Reserve Bank or Reserve Bank of India. Certain very important points first. Reserve Bank of India was recommended by a commission, that is Hilton-Young Commission. Hilton-Young Commission. Okay. Point number one. Point number two. The government of India passed the RBI Act of 1934. The government of India passed RBI Act of 1934. And when I say government of India, earlier government, before independence. RBI Act of 1934. And as a result of this, from the 1st April 1935, Reserve Bank of India started working. Now, initially to begin with, remember this, initially to begin with, Reserve Bank of India was present in Calcutta. Later in 1937, it was shifted right to Mumbai. Even today, the headquarters of RBI is present in Mumbai itself. In addition to this, when it was started initially, 1935, Government of India, in order to reduce its interference, I repeat, in order to reduce its interference, did not have the ownership in RBI. It was privately owned. There is a concept of shareholders. It was a shareholder structure. Right? Government of India did not have ownership. But after the independence in 1949, Reserve Bank of India was nationalized. Reserve Bank of India was nationalized. So in 1949, RBI was nationalized. What do you mean by nationalization? Ownership will be transferred from the private sector to the government. From the private ownership, now it will be owned by the Government of India. Right? And since then, who owns RBI? Who owns RBI? It is the Government of India which owns Reserve Bank of India. Done. Let me go forward. Now, whenever you talk about RBI Act of 1934, there are certain very important schedules or let's say sections that you need to remember. For example, earlier I said Schedule 2 of RBI Act. Important, remember that. But apart from that, there are various things that you need to remember even within RBI Act. For example, let me connect it to current affairs. Have a look at this. Section 22. Please have a look at this. Section 22. Right, under Section 22, RBI has the exclusive rights to issue currency notes in India. I'll discuss about currency notes in some time. But who has the right to issue currency notes in India? RBI. Now, what is a connection to the current affairs, sir? Last year, have you come across a news wherein one of the chief ministers said, let's have photo of the Hindu gods on currency notes. I hope you remember that. Right, one of the chief ministers in India said, let's have photos of Hindu gods on these currency notes. Now, whether it is correct or wrong, you don't worry. Don't make everything political. Don't worry about it. But is it the government which decides how much currency notes to be printed? Is it government which will print currency notes, etc., etc.? That is where Section 22 will come handy to you. Suddenly, UPSC can connect this concept here and ask a question to you. Right? So, even within the RBI Act of 1934, there are various sections. For example, there is Section 3, which talks about establishment of Reserve Bank of India. There is Section 4, which talks about capital. Capital means money that is there with RBI. There is Section 17, which talks about business carried out by RBI. Right, business carried out by RBI, very important, very important. I'll connect it to current affairs. How many of you have ever thought, why is RBI not producing any product and selling in the market? Right, some of you might have thought of this, why RBI is not investing in real estate. That is, let's say, purchase a land, construct houses and sell it in the market. They can make huge amount of money. By the way, they can make huge amount of money, but they don't do it. I hope you understand. They will never do that. Why? Please remember this. Section 17 of RBI Act limits what RBI is supposed to do. Right? With this money, what RBI is supposed to do, it is prescribed under Section 17. What can RBI do with the money that they have? They can invest in government securities. I'll come to this. Just wait for it. They can invest in government securities. They can purchase, right, bonds of the central government, state government, foreign government. They can purchase gold, etc. So remember this. What RBI is supposed to do with the money that they have, there is a limitation on it. They cannot use it for any purpose. If that was the issue, or if that was the freedom given to RBI, RBI has huge amount of money, right? Huge amount of money they could have invested everywhere in India, but they don't do it. They will not do it because there is a limitation. There is one more section. Have a look at this. Section 8, composition of Central Board of Directors. Right? What is the Central Board of Directors? It is the authority within RBI which takes decisions. Is it okay? It is the authority within RBI. It is part of RBI which takes decisions. For example, who will decide how many licenses has to be issued now for banking? Who will decide how many banks, right, we should allow them to open branches? Right? It is the Central Board of Directors. CBD stands for Central Board of Directors. Do not ask me the long form. It is there in the slide. What is the composition of Central Board of Directors? As per the RBI Act of 1934, the composition is 21 members. Remember this. Composition is 21 members. Now, many of you will type in the Google and start correcting me. Sir, you're saying 21 members. Just now I checked RBI website, 21 members are not there. Right? Is it always that 21 members should be there? I hope you understand. Some of them could have retired. Some of them are waiting for the appointment, etc., etc. So there could be a difference in what I have written here and what you will see suddenly in the website. So argument is the maximum strength that is allowed under the Act is 21 people. How do you remember this? How do you remember this 21? I'll give you a simple trick. 1, 4, 10, 4, 1 plus 1. Mirror image, almost a mirror image, almost, not the mirror image, but almost a mirror image. So 1, 4, 10, 4, 1 plus 1. What is this 1, 4, 10, 4, 1 and 1? 1 is the RBI governor. 1 is the RBI governor. 4 are deputy governors. 4 are the deputy governors of RBI. 10 are experts. And please remember this, whatever people are there here, be it RBI governor, deputy governor, or the experts within RBI, all of them are appointed by the central government. You should not have any doubt regarding this. All of them are appointed by the central government. And whatever appointment they do, whatever powers these people will have, etc., all of them will come from the Act of 1934. Is it okay? All of it will come from Act of 1934. You should be very clear with this. Why? Question has been asked. Question has been asked on this already. Second point, unlike, let's say, right, the Chief Justice of India, who derives the powers from Constitution of India, or let's say UPSC body, which will derive the power from Constitution of India, right? Why? These are constitutional authorities and they will derive their power from the Constitution of India, but not the RBI governor. Not the RBI governor. RBI governor will derive all the functions, all the, let's say, work, all the limitations, etc., etc., from the Act of 1934, not from the Constitution of India. Okay? So one is the RBI governor. Second one is the 4 deputy governors. 10 are the experts who are appointed again by the government. Right? Fourth one is 1 member each from 4 local boards. 1 member each from 4 local boards. Now, why we have local boards here? Please look at the places, you will understand. Please look at the places, you will understand. RBI was established during British period. All of you will agree? During British period. And during British period, Don't you think these four places, metros, were very important for the Britishers? So that's the reason we have four local boards placed at four metros, that is Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Delhi. But are these the only offices of RBI? Of course, no. Throughout India, there are a lot of offices. Throughout India, there are a lot of offices. For example, in Bangalore, there is an office. In Jaipur, there is an office. In Kashmir, right? I'm sorry, Jammu, there is an office. Right? There are a lot of other offices of Reserve Bank of India. Done? So one more is the Finance Secretary. Whoever is the Finance Secretary, by default will become part of Central Board of Directors. And second, whoever is the Economic Affairs Secretary, by default will become part of Central Board of Directors. Is it okay? Right, so this is basically composition of Central Board of Directors. Composition of Central Board of Directors. Okay, and again, please understand, it's not a constitutional authority. Some of you are asking, sir, what is the qualification? How? It's not a constitutional authority. Job qualifications, etc. are not there for this. I hope you understand. Right? Job qualifications, etc. are not prescribed for this. The government of India will decide who is best fitted to act as a RBI governor. It is the government which will decide. Okay? Done. So this is the composition of Central Board of Directors, and there is a section related to that. Please remember this. Suddenly UPSC can ask you a question on section of the RBI Act. Done. Can I go to the next one here? Sir, are these the RBI offices? Only RBI offices? Of course, no. There are more than 20 RBI offices. Some of you are asking, are these the only RBI offices? No, there are more than 20 RBI offices across India. Should you remember all the 20? Not required. Absolutely not required. Okay? Done. I'll go to the next now. This is very, very important. Functions of RBI. Okay? Functions of Reserve Bank of India. Now, please be very careful. First one is controlling inflation. Right? Controlling inflation. We have discussed what is the role of RBI in controlling inflation. Do you remember it? Not very, very long ago, 4 days ago. We have discussed what is the role of RBI in controlling inflation. That is Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. Right? There's an agreement between the government as well as RBI. Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. Under that, Government of India says RBI is supposed to maintain inflation at 4%. And all the other provisions we have discussed already. Please go through that. Second, let me start having a detailed discussion for all of them now. Printing of currency notes. Printing of currency notes. Now, whenever you talk about currency, there are two types. Right? Remember this very carefully. There are two types of currencies. One is a currency note and the other one is a currency coin. Okay, one is a currency note and the other one is a currency coin. Sir, what do you mean by currency note? The pieces of paper that you have, which will have a value of 500, 2000, 50, 100, 200. These are called as currency notes. And the coins that you have, 1 rupee, 50 paisa, or let's say 2 rupee, 5 rupee, 10 rupee, and now 20 rupee. These are called as currency coins. Point number one. Point number two, currency notes are printed and distributed by RBI. Printed and distributed by RBI. Please remember this. Currency notes are printed and distributed by RBI, Reserve Bank of India. And where does the RBI print these currency notes? I've given you the places here. Please have a look at it. I've given the places. There are 4 places where RBI notes are printed. One is in Devas. Second one is in Nasik. Third one is in Mysore. Fourth one is in Salbani, that is West Bengal. Mysore is in the Karnataka, right? The Salbani is in West Bengal. Nashik is in Maharashtra. And Devas is in Madhya Pradesh, that is MP. So these are the 4 places where RBI gets its currency notes printed, and who will distribute the currency notes? It is the RBI which will print as well as distribute the currency notes. The next point is, can RBI only decide, underline the term only here, can RBI only decide to print currency notes? Answer is no. RBI unilaterally cannot decide how much currency notes to be printed. Generally, the process is RBI will prepare a report, send the report to Ministry of Finance. Send the report to Ministry of Finance. Once the Ministry of Finance will approve it, now the Reserve Bank of India will start printing the currency notes. Point number 3. Is RBI allowed to print all the currency notes in India? Answer is again no. RBI is allowed to print all the currency notes except 1 rupee note. I'll repeat it. Right? The RBI, that is the Reserve Bank of India, is allowed to print all the currency notes except 1 rupee note. Now you will ask me, sir, why? Right? Why? Tell me. Please understand this. As per Coinage Act, there is one act related to coins. There is one act, that is Coinage Act. As per the Coinage Act, 1 rupee note will not be counted as a currency note. Rather, it will be counted as coin itself. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. 1 rupee note will not be counted as a part of a note. Rather, it will be considered as a coin itself. And who has the right to print? Who has the right to mint the coins? It is the government of India which will mint the coins. Mint means manufacturing. Is it okay? Mint means manufacturing. It is the government of India which will mint the currency coins. But the distribution of the currency coins is again done by RBI. I'll connect it to current affairs now. Please be very careful. I'll connect it to current affairs. Right? So understand this carefully. Currency notes are printed, distributed by RBI. These are the places where the currency notes are printed and further distributed by RBI. Second, what about the coins in India? 1 rupee coin, 2 rupee, 5 rupee, 10 rupee, all of this. Who will mint these coins? It is the government of India which will mint the coins, but the distribution of these coins is done by Reserve Bank of India. Now, why I'm saying there's a connection to current affairs? Earlier, for example, I gave you a news where I said, right, one of the chief ministers said, let's print, right, the Hindu gods on the currency notes. So who will decide what should be the design of the currency notes? It is the RBI as well as Ministry of Finance. Is it okay? It is the RBI as well as Ministry of Finance. First, they will design it, send it to Ministry of Finance. Once they approve it, they'll start printing the new currency notes. And second, why this is important? Why this is important that RBI distributes the currency coins? Now focus on the current affairs here. Have you heard of QVCM? QVCM, that is QR code based coin vending. Okay, QCVM, not QVCM. QCVM, QR code based coin vending machine. It was there very recently in the newspaper. Please read about it. QR code based coin vending machine. Right? What is this QR code based coin vending machine? Until now, follow this carefully. You want coins. 1 rupee, 2 rupee, whatever it is. You want coins. You can go to a machine, deposit the currency note, you will get the coins. Second option, you will go to the bank, give currency note, in return they will give you coins. This is how you could convert your currency notes into coins. But now RBI has introduced a new system which is called as a QR code based coin vending machine. What happens in a QR code based coin vending machine? RBI says we are going to install machines. We are going to install machines wherein you do not have to insert currency notes now. Right? Some of you will ask me, what is the difference compared to earlier system? This is the difference. You do not have to provide currency notes now. What you need to do is provide your UPI ID. Provide your UPI ID, you will get a QR, scan it. Now you can allow the bank to debit the amount from your bank account and coins will be dispensed. Coins will be given to you. That is basically the idea of QR code based coin vending machine. And who has introduced this new system? RBI. Which means who is responsible for distribution of the currency notes as well as currency coins? It is the Reserve Bank of India which is responsible. Please be very careful. Questions can be asked from either side of it. Okay. So it is the RBI which will print the currency notes, also distribute them. Now, second point is, you take up any currency note now. Take up any currency note, 100, 500, 50 rupee, 10 rupee. You will see there is a photo of Mahatma Gandhi ji. Anybody who disagrees, please do let me know. Any currency note, you simply take it up, right, and have a look at the currency note. You will see photo of Mahatma Gandhi ji or bust of Mahatma Gandhi ji. Now, because Mahatma Gandhi ji's photos are there on the currency note, these are referred to as Gandhi series. These are referred to as Gandhi series notes. And from 1996, all the notes which have been printed by Reserve Bank of India are Gandhi series notes. Okay. So these are certain very, very important points regarding the function of RBI to print and distribute currency notes. Any difficulty? Can I go forward? Can I go forward? Now, first two, Dewas and Nasik, these are presses. Presses means where printing is done. So have a look at this. These two presses are owned by Government of India. Right? These two presses are owned by Government of India. Right? And Government of India directly doesn't own them. Government of India owns one authority by the name, or one company by the name of SPMCIL. Securities Printing and Minting Corporation of India Limited. Securities Printing and Minting Corporation of India Limited, SPMCIL. So the first two printing presses are owned by the Government of India through SPMCIL. What about the next two? The one in Mysore as well as the Salbani, it is owned by Reserve Bank of India. And again, RBI doesn't directly own. RBI owns one more authority, a subsidiary, that is BRB NMPL, Bharatiya Reserve Bank Note Mudran Limited, and it is this Bharatiya Reserve Bank Note Mudran Limited which will own these two presses, that is one at Mysore, second one at Salbani. Done. So these are the important points. Sir, what about the coins? What about the coins? Coins are minted by Government of India. We have minting presses also. Right? We have minting presses. For example, we have a mint in Mumbai. There is one mint in Mumbai. There is one more mint in Hyderabad. There is one more mint in Noida. Right? We have minting also done at different places like this. Okay, so minting done by the government, printing done by RBI. But the distribution of both of them is done by RBI itself. And as expected, sir, if you say from 1996, we have Gandhi series notes, what about before 1996? Please talk to your parents. Please talk to your parents again, right? Again, if you want to do it. Otherwise, you can directly search in Google, you'll get it. Right? Why I said talk to your parents? Your parents will have old currency note. For example, you will also have a habit of storing one currency note. Storing, simply storing, not using it. In the same way, right, either your mother or your father will also have one old currency note, right? Old currency note. And I'll tell you, when you look at those old currency notes, you will not see the photo of Mahatma Gandhi ji. Rather, you will see, let's say, a satellite picture. You will see the picture of a satellite. Or you will see in the center, Ashok Stambh. That is a symbol of Ashok Stambh. Or you will see, right, a farmer carrying, right, a kuladi to the field as such. So there were different currency notes which were released earlier with the different pictures. Right? Now we are not doing that. We are having only one picture, that is the photo of Mahatma Gandhi ji. That is the reason I said, right, from 1996, these are Gandhi series notes. Done? Right? So these are certain very important points. Very, very important. Please be very careful. Can be asked by UPSC anywhere here. Now, let me go to the next function. What is the work of CBD? All the decisions of RBI, I repeat, the decisions at RBI. For example, how much more money to print? Should we introduce, right, more money in the market? Reduce. Should we give license to the bank? Should we cancel the license of a bank? All these are the functions of Central Board of Directors. And there was one more question, interesting question. The student said, you told initially that the cooperative banks are part of scheduled banks, and it is written in the slide as well. But I have seen cooperative banks as non-scheduled. Please understand, within cooperative, they can be scheduled also, they can be non-scheduled also. They can be scheduled also, they can be non-scheduled also. Later, when I take up cooperative, I will show you the structure of cooperatives. Have patience. Now, what is the function of the Reserve Bank of India as a banker to the government? Very, very famous. We will discuss a lot of right issues here. Please be very careful. Let's start. Right, what is the function of RBI as a banker to the government? But you said, what is the problem here? You said money is printed by RBI, but press owned by Government of India. You own the press, I'll get it printed, I'll give you money. Is it not possible? Right? Again, why do you always take extremities? RBI will ask you to print the currency, right? Will use the press and give money to you. Right? Is it not RBI which is getting the notes printed? Arey Baba, I don't understand. Right? You said like this, you said like this. Okay, come back to this. Banker to the government. Very important. Let's start. Now, all of you know that Government of India will announce union budget. I'm starting with the basics here. Follow the discussion. Government will announce a union budget. And in the union budget, what the government does? Government will announce expenditure for 1 year. That is the next 1 year. And government will also announce how much income they are going to collect in the next 1 year. Simple. How much money they are going to spend, how much money they are going to collect in the next 1 year. But what you will generally see is the expenditure is greater than income. Right? Again, I'll show you the pictures. Don't worry. Assume this is correct. I'll show you pictures when I discuss the idea of budgeting with you. Okay? So expenditure, that is the money spent by RBI, is greater than income. Now you tell me, if you are earning 100 rupees, possible to spend 200 rupees? Think of it. I hope you understand. Right? You are earning 100 rupees, possible to spend 200 using 100 rupees? Not possible. So what you will do? You will borrow money. You will borrow money. Simple now. Government will borrow money. Now this particular term borrowing, I will use a technical term. It is called as a debt. You will borrow money, and what do you mean by debt? Any amount that you are supposed to repay is called as a debt. Any difficulty, please do let me know. Right? You have borrowed money, which means you will have to repay the money. You have a liability of repayment. Now, because there is a liability, I will call this as a debt. Point number 1. Point number 2. Now, how does Government of India borrow then? How does Government of India borrow? Government of India can borrow from the domestic market, can borrow from domestic market, can also borrow from external market. I will give you examples. Have patience. Let's go point by point. Government can borrow from domestic market. Sir, what do you mean by domestic market? Government can borrow from you. Government can borrow from a bank. Government can borrow from other financial institutions. But when they borrow it within India, when they will borrow this money from within India, this is called as a domestic borrowing. Domestic borrowing. Can I call this as an internal debt? Let me know. Can I call this a domestic borrowing done by the government as an internal debt? Okay, that is point 1. And I said government can also borrow from external market. Sir, what do you mean by that? Government can borrow from IMF. They can borrow. Government can borrow from World Bank. Government can borrow from New Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, etc. But don't you think all the institutions that I gave you as an example just now, these are outside India? These are not within India. These are outside India. Can I call this borrowing as external debt? Is it okay? Can I basically say this as external debt? So understand this. Government has a problem here. What is the problem? They want to spend more money, but they have collected lesser amount of money. Now, how do they take care of it? They will borrow. They will borrow. And when they will borrow either from the domestic market or they will borrow from external market. Whenever they borrow from the domestic market, I'll call this as internal debt. And when they borrow from external market, I'll call this as external debt. Now come to the internal debt. Come to the internal debt. Whenever you talk about internal debt, the most favorite, right, one of the favorite ways of Government of India to borrow under the internal debt is by issuing government securities. By issuing government securities. Government securities. What do you mean by government securities? Government will issue certain instruments in the market. Is it okay? Government will issue certain instruments in the market. Any problem? Let me know. Government will issue instruments, borrow from the market. These are collectively referred to as government securities. Now, those instruments again can be further divided into two types. These instruments can be further divided into two types. One is, I've written it in the slide. One is called as a treasury bill. Second one is called as a dated security. The government securities are further divided into two types here. One is called as a treasury bill. Second one is called as a dated security. What do you mean by treasury bill? A government security which will have a maturity period of up to 1 year. I'll repeat it. Please do let me know. You should understand all of it. What is a treasury bill? A government security issued by the Government of India which has a maturity period of up to 1 year. Up to 1 year means what? I'll give a very simple example. Imagine you are the government. I'm the investor. You will issue one security to me. The maturity period of the security will be 91 days, which means you are borrowing for 91 days. Right? One more example. You will issue a security with a maturity period of 182 days, means you are borrowing for 182 days. Right? This is basically the idea for treasury bills. And in case of India, only the center is allowed to issue treasury bills. Come to the other side. Dated securities. What do you mean by dated securities? These are the instruments or the government securities which are issued but will have a longer maturity period. Longer maturity period. What do you mean by longer maturity period? More than 1 year. For example, 2-year government securities, 3-year, 5 years, 10 years, 14 years, 30 years, and 40 years. The longest maturity, remember this, the longest maturity as of now of a government security issued in India, it is 40 years. Any difficulty here? Now, these government securities, in other countries, we use different names. In other countries, we use different names. For example, in USA, we collectively call these government securities as treasuries. Is it okay? In USA, we'll call these collectively as treasuries. And whereas in UK, we generally refer to these as gilt-edged securities. Gilt-edged securities. Gilt-edged securities. Right? Now don't say, sir, gilt spelling is wrong. No, it is G-I-L-T itself. It is G-I-L-T itself, gilt-edged securities. I'll tell you a reason why these are called as gilt-edged, but you don't worry, UPSC will not ask you this. Have you seen certain instruments or even certain certificates where in the corner there is a covering like this? Let me know. Have you seen these particular securities or let's say certain certificates where in the corner they will have, let's say, a silver, a triangle, or a golden triangle like this? This is called as a gilt edge. Is it okay? This is referred to as a gilt edge. And because these government securities had gilt edging like this, these are referred to as gilt-edged securities. So in UK, these are collectively called as gilt-edged securities. Right? In USA, these are called as treasuries. In India, we collectively call them as government securities. Now come to the point here. Treasury bills are only allowed to be issued by the center, whereas dated securities, both central government as well as state government is allowed to issue them. And next point is important. Can I call these dated securities as government bonds? Think of it. Can I call these as government bonds? What is a feature of a bond? Please remember, when I was discussing questions on inflation, I had introduced the concept of a bond to you. What is the feature of a bond? Bond generally has a maturity period of more than 1 year. I repeat, bond has a maturity period of more than 1 year. Dated securities, what is the maturity for them? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 14, 40, etc. These are collectively also referred to as government bonds. These are also referred to as government bonds. So dated securities are nothing but government bonds. Treasury bills are those instruments which are issued for a very short duration. Short duration means up to 1 year for borrowing in the market. So when you talk about domestic borrowing, when you talk about internal borrowing, one of the methods that is used by the government of India is to issue government securities and borrow from the market. And what kind of securities will the government of India issue? The government of India will issue securities which have maturity period of up to 1 year, more than 1 year. Up to 1 year, these are called as treasury bills. More than 1 year, these are called as dated securities or government bonds. And I also told you that treasury bills are not allowed to be issued by the state governments. Only the central government is allowed to issue them. Whereas government bonds, the state government can issue as well as central government can issue. But specifically when you talk about state government, whenever you talk about state government, the term that is used in the context of state government is state development loans. Right? These are referred to as state development loans. SDL, state development loans. Done? This is how government of India will borrow from the domestic market. There are various other sources. Not today. I'll tell you. Don't worry. We are discussing RBI, not government of India. That's the reason. When I discuss government of India's finances, I will tell you which are the different sources through which government will borrow from the domestic market. Now let me go ahead here. Whenever you talk about internal as well as external debt, always remember this. Most of the debt, what is the point number? Point number 4. Most of the debt of government of India, most of the debt is internal in nature. Most of the debt is internal in nature, right? What do you mean by most of the debt? Government of India has borrowed, but most of the borrowing is done from the domestic market. Now, how many of you think this is a good feature? How many of you think this is a bad feature for India? Let me know. I'll repeat it again. Right? Most of the debt of government of India, I said, it is internal in nature. How much? If you look at the total debt of the government, around 95% of the debt is internal. It is a very good feature. It is a very good feature for India. Trust me, it's a good feature. Why? I'll tell you. Whenever you have borrowed from the domestic market, you will repay in domestic currency. All of you will agree with me? I'll repeat it. Whenever you have borrowed from the domestic market, you will repay in domestic currency. Now imagine you have borrowed from the external market. Can you repay in rupees? Can you repay in rupees? Of course no, you will have to repay, let's say, in dollars. But are you allowed to print dollars? Think of it, right? You might simply say, sir, anyways, we have printing presses. I am also sitting idle. I also have a printer, color printer. So I'll keep on printing dollars. Absolutely no. You are not allowed to do that. Right? But what if you run out of dollars? You do not have dollars. Please look at our neighbors. You will automatically understand what I'm talking about. Right? Look up, look down. You will automatically understand. Right? So again, when I say look up and look down, I was referring to the map. Don't literally do in the room like this. You'll not understand anything. Look at the Indian map. Please look up and look down. You'll automatically understand what I'm talking about. So understand the logic here. Most of the debt we have in case of India is internal in nature. That is a good feature. Let me write one more feature here. Most of the debt that India has within the internal market itself has a long term or has a long tenure. Most of the debt has a long tenure. Again, let me ask you a question. Good or bad? Having a long tenure debt, is it good or bad? Right? Think of it. Right? It is good. Having a long-term debt is good. Some of you are confused. You're saying bad. No, my dear, it is good. I'll tell you why. Imagine you'll take a housing loan. You'll go to a bank, you'll take a housing loan. Let's say 50 lakh rupees. Will you borrow this loan for 10 years or 1 month? Let me know. Will you borrow this loan for 10 years or 1 month? You will borrow this for longer duration. Why? It will provide flexibility to you. I hope you understand. It will give you flexibility because you don't know after 1 month you are going to have a job or not. Again, hypothetical example, right? You don't know after 1 month whether you will have a job or not. After 1 year also you do not know. So don't you think having borrowed for 10 years will give you that flexibility where the burden of payment on month wise is lower? Is it okay? Right, the burden on month wise will be lower for you. So that's the reason whenever you borrow for longer duration, not short duration. Now forget about you. Think of government. Here. Imagine government has borrowed 100 billion rupees or 100 crore rupees. By the way, 100 crore is a very simple amount for government. Don't worry about it. 100 crore rupee the borrowing and they will have to repay in next 91 days. Now what if there is one more wave of the pandemic? Let me know. What if there is one more wave of the pandemic? Right? Don't you think the finances of government of India will crash like this? And when they crash, there is a repayment liability. Where is the money available to you? Right? That's the reason I said the debt, if you basically divide the debt, you will realize that most of the debt is long-term in nature. And that is considered to be good. That is considered to be good feature for Indian economy. Now, what is the role of RBI in all of this? What is the role of RBI in all of this? We are discussing government of India borrows, etc., etc. What is the role of RBI? Please understand next points carefully. Here is, I'll go to the point number 6 now. This is where RBI will come into picture. Here is the government of India. Government of India wants to sell government securities. They want to sell government securities so that they want to borrow money. Government of India directly will not sell it, right? Because that is not the function of government of India. Many of you will keep on asking me why they will not sell, right? Have you seen anywhere government of India directly selling anything? They will have one authority to take care of it. So what does RBI do here? These government securities of the government of India, it is the RBI which will sell it. I'm using the term sell here. Technically, it is auction. It is the Reserve Bank of India which will auction the government securities to the investors. Collect money and transfer into the account of government of India. Is the system okay with all of you? Please do let me know. Government of India wants to issue government securities so that they want to borrow money. They will not directly sell it. They will hand it over to RBI. RBI will auction it in the market. Right? They will sell it in the market, collect money from the investors, give it to government of India. That is the state governments, the central government, they have account with RBI. Remember this. Center and state both have accounts with RBI. So when RBI will auction, they will simply transfer the money into the account of the government. This is the role of Reserve Bank of India. This is the role of RBI in auctioning or selling of government securities. Please be very careful here because now it will get complicated. Why? Look at the picture and tell me. Please understand my question. Look at the picture and tell me, Is RBI purchasing government securities directly from Government of India? Please look at the picture and tell me, is RBI purchasing the government securities directly from Government of India? Some of you are saying yes. I don't know. I'm actually confused now. I'm confused by your answers. Right? I said Government of India will give it to RBI. Did I say sell it to RBI? Have I written sell there? Right? I don't know where do people see. So Government of India doesn't sell the government securities to RBI. Please understand, no, it is not allowed. Why? I'll tell you. Earlier, right? Underline the term earlier. Earlier, what used to happen is, whenever Government of India fell short of money, even after borrowing, I repeat, government borrowed, and even after that, government felt there is a shortage of money. What government used to do is, government used to sell the government securities to Reserve Bank of India. Government used to sell the G securities to RBI. RBI used to provide money to Government of India. Now this system is a problem system. This is a problematic situation. Why? Right? Look at this very carefully. RBI will provide money to Government of India means what? This money was not there in the circulation. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. Government of India, let's say hypothetically, will sell 100 crore worth of G securities to RBI, and RBI will give 100 crore rupees to Government of India. Now tell me, this 100 crore rupee money that is given to Government of India, was it there in the economy earlier? Was it there for the circulation earlier? No, it was not there. But now, because government is selling the G securities to RBI, collecting 100 crore, what do you think government will do with this 100 crore? Of course, spend it. Of course, spend this 100 crore rupees. Now tell me, because of this, will the money supply increase in the market or not? Think of it. Because of this, will the money supply increase or not? And can it cause inflation? Can it cause inflation? Of course, yes. It can cause inflation. That's a precise reason. Please remember this. I will mark it with red now. I will mark it with red. Earlier, this was allowed. Earlier, this was allowed. Now, it is not allowed. This situation is not allowed. What I'm referring to, RBI is directly purchasing government securities from government is not allowed now. There is only certain exemption. We'll discuss that. There is a law called as FRBM. There are only certain exceptional circumstances where this is allowed, but normally it is not allowed. Right? Now, some of you will simply say, sir, same thing can happen here also as well. Same thing can happen here as well. No, please understand this. Same thing is not happening here. Imagine you are the investor. Imagine you are the investor. You have 100 rupees. You have 100 rupees. Means what? 100 rupees there in circulation already. Is it okay? 100 rupees already there in the market. Right? RBI will sell the government security to you. Take the 100 rupees from you. Give it to government. Is the money circulation going to increase? Think of it. Is the money circulation going to increase because of this? No. Already 100 rupees was there. They are taking the same 100 rupees. But in this, I'll write example 2 here. This is example 1 and this is example 2. In example 2, are we not seeing new introduction of money? Right? Or new money being pumped into the system. Whereas in example 1, same money which is already there in the system is getting circulated. So please be very careful. We do not allow this today, but we allow this today. Right? This is allowed. This is not allowed. Now, have a look at the third point in this only. Have a look at the third point. Later, when I start discussing about RBI, I will use a statement. RBI will purchase G securities. RBI will sell G securities. I'll repeat the statement. Later, when I discuss other functions of RBI, I'll say RBI purchases G securities, RBI sells G securities. Many of you will simply say, sir, earlier you said it is not allowed. What I'll be referring to later is RBI purchases G securities means RBI will pay money to the investor. RBI will pay money to the investor, purchase G securities from the investor. This is allowed. Please be very careful. This is allowed. Any difficulty, please do let me know. For example, imagine you have a government bond. Is it okay? Imagine you have government bond. RBI can purchase government bond from you. That is allowed. Can RBI purchase government bond from Government of India? No, that is not allowed. Any difficulty here? Example 1, example 2 and example 3. Now let me ask you a simple question. Can I say RBI can use this example 3? I repeat, RBI can use the example 3 to promote growth? Let me know. RBI can use this example 3 to promote growth. Right? Why? To promote growth, you need to increase money supply. You need to increase money supply. Right? You need to increase money supply so the rate of interest in the market will come down. People will borrow more and more. How do you increase money supply? Right? Imagine banks have a lot of G securities. RBI will purchase the G securities from them. Money supply automatically increases. Right? Insurance companies, mutual fund companies, right? Individual investors, all of them have G securities. So RBI will purchase it, give money to them. What will happen to the money supply in the economy? The money supply in the economy automatically goes up. Can I say opposite also is possible? Opposite. If RBI wants to control inflation, RBI now has a G security. Let's say, example 1, I'm the RBI governor, you are the investor, I wanted to promote growth, I will give you 100 rupee, take the G security from you. Now, who is the owner of G security? I am the owner of G security. Done? I am the owner of G security. Now, what if I want to control inflation? Right? Think of it. What if I want to control inflation? I need to reduce money supply in the economy. What I'll do? I will sell the G security to you, take money from you. Any problem? Let me know. Any problem with this? So whenever RBI wants to promote growth, RBI will purchase the G securities. When RBI wants to control inflation, RBI will sell G securities. Right? Why? In order to promote growth, they need to increase money supply. In order to control inflation, they need to reduce money supply. And this is one way. This is one way through which RBI can do it. This is one way through which RBI can increase or decrease the money supply. Now there is a technical name for this. Follow this carefully. There's a technical name for this. That is this situation that I explained just now. RBI purchasing, RBI selling G securities. This is called as open market operations. Open market operations. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. RBI selling G securities, RBI purchasing G securities, it is referred to as open market operations. OMO, open market operations. Done. Can I go to the next one now? Can I go to the next one? Right. So please be very careful. RBI is allowed to sell G securities. RBI allowed to purchase G securities, and based on the requirement, RBI does it. Based on the requirement in the economy, RBI will do it. But RBI only under exceptional circumstances, under FRBM, they'll be allowed to directly purchase from government. Normally, it is not allowed. Right? For example, today, right? Today, can RBI purchase G securities directly from Government of India? Not allowed. Right? Why? This is not an exceptional circumstance. And what is an exceptional circumstance? I will show you the data later. Have patience. So example 1, example 2, example 3, please be very, very careful. This is the role of RBI. This is the role of RBI. RBI will facilitate government borrowings from the market. RBI will facilitate government borrowings from the market. Right? RBI will sell, RBI will purchase, RBI will auction, transfer funds to the state government if it is STL. right? Or to the central government if it is a simple central government treasury bill or dated securities. Is it the only function of RBI regarding government? Absolutely no. Follow the next point here. There is one more tool called as ways and means advances. Ways and means advances. There is one more tool called as ways and means advances, WMA. Ways and means advances, WMA. Under the ways and means advances, the government, it could be the central government or the state government, the government is allowed to borrow for short duration generally up to 90 days. Generally up to 90 days. Either the central government or the state government is allowed to borrow from RBI, Reserve Bank of India. From RBI for a very short duration, up to 90 days, the center or state is allowed to borrow from Reserve Bank of India. Right? This is also one of the functions where you say RBI is acting as a banker. Banker means the one who will provide loans. Right? So RBI will act as a banker to government. So for a very, very short duration, government is allowed to borrow from Reserve Bank of India. And who will fix how much they are allowed to borrow? There is a consultation between the government as well as RBI. Both will hold consultations and they will decide in this year, this much amount will be allowed to borrow. Right? And whenever this kind of a loan is given by RBI, of course, RBI will charge a rate of interest that is called as a repo. I have not yet discussed repo. Please have patience. We'll discuss that later. Done? Any difficulties regarding anything that I've discussed so far? Please do let me know. And please be very careful here. I'll write technical terms now. This example one is referred to as indirect monetization. Example 1 is referred to as indirect monetization and example 2 is referred to as a direct monetization. Example 1 is referred to as indirect monetization and example 2 is referred to as direct monetization. Now, I'll ask a statement, answer it. Which is allowed in India, direct or indirect monetization? Think of it. Which is allowed in India in normal course of the action? Is it a direct right monetization or indirect monetization? It is a indirect monetization. Some of you are saying direct. How? I don't know. After discussing all of this, right, sir, direct monetization. How? Normally, which is allowed? Indirect monetization is allowed, not direct monetization. Okay, done. So these are the very important points regarding function of RBI. Function of RBI as a banker to the government. As a banker to the government. So what is a WMA? I'll repeat it again. WMA stands for ways and means advances. Under ways and means advances, RBI is allowed to give loans. I repeat, RBI is allowed to give loans either to the central government as well as the state government for a very short duration. What do you mean by short duration here? 90 days. For 90 days, they are allowed to borrow. They are allowed to borrow from RBI. And RBI will charge a rate of interest on this. And this tool is referred to as ways and means advances. Now, why is it introduced? Why has it been introduced? Let me ask you a very simple question. Many of you would have come across this problem. That is on the 1st of next month, right? Imagine 1 week away, 1st of the month, you will receive the salary. On the 1st of the month, you will receive salary. But you are on the 25th of this month, you have already run out of cash. Many of you would have come across this situation, experienced this situation. That is, you know that in couple of days, you will get money. But right now, you have run out of money. So for a very, very short duration, will you borrow from your friends or not? Let me know. Right, for a very, very short duration, will you borrow from your friends or not? Right, sir, I'm a student. How can you apply this? Let's say you're a student, you will receive pocket money from your parents. I understand. You will receive pocket money from your parents, right? Let's say on the 1st of every month. But you have already exhausted money because let's say you purchased a lot of books. hypothetical situation, you purchased a lot of books, right? Why? You wanted to read. Okay, so you have exhausted all the money. So you will tell your friend, I'll give you the money back after 1 week. So can you give the money today to me? Right? Can you lend a certain amount of money? Only for short duration. Only for short duration can you lend me money. Apply the same logic to the government. Apply the same logic to the government. Government knows that, let's say in the month of January, they will collect a lot of income taxes. Is it okay? In the month of January, they will collect a lot of income taxes. Why? People will start depositing income taxes after that. Right? They will collect a lot of corporate taxes. So they know that after a certain time period, they will receive a lot of money. But right now, there is a cash mismatch. I hope you understand. Right now, there is a cash mismatch. What is a cash mismatch? Can the government of India tell you, you want a road to be constructed, wait for January? Think of it. Can the government of India tell you, wait for January because I'm yet to collect income taxes, wait till then? Absolutely no. So expenses will keep on happening, but incomes will come, but maybe at a later date. So there is a cash mismatch. So for a very short duration, government will be allowed to borrow from RBI, and this tool is referred to as ways and means advances. Okay, ways and means advances. Done. So this is the basic idea of a ways and means advances. Now let me come to the points here. Let me come to important points. In addition to this role of RBI, right, that is basically acting as a banker to government, there is a very important concept that was there in the newspaper, the idea of, I'll come back to this, don't worry, idea of Operation Twist. Concept of Operation Twist. Right, very important, very technical, but follow the discussion first. Follow the discussion. Do not complicate it, follow the discussion. Let me start with the basics here. What is a bond? Bond is a debt instrument. Any problem with this? Bond is nothing but a debt instrument. What is the meaning of a debt instrument? Anything that you are using to borrow, right? It is a security using which you will borrow from the market. Who is allowed to borrow from the market using bonds? Companies are allowed. Government is also allowed. And when I say government, it could be the central government, it could be the state government. Both are allowed. Now, whenever you talk about the bonds, if you are going to purchase a bond, will you expect returns on it or not? Right? Is it okay? Right? You have invested in a bond, you want to earn a return or not? Of course, yes. For example, if you keep a deposit in a bank, you will get interest rate. But remember this, in the context of the bond, rather than using the term interest rate, we will use the term coupon rate. Is it okay? Rather than interest rate, we'll simply use the term coupon rate. Sir, what is the meaning of a coupon rate? Imagine here is a bond. Imagine here is a bond and the value of the bond is 100 rupees. I've given examples here. Please have a look at it. Please have a look at it. The value of this bond is how much? 110. What is the value of this bond? 10 rupees. What is the value of this bond? 100 rupees. Are the pictures visible to all of you? Please look at the pictures. You're seeing a bond instrument and you're seeing on the bond certain number is written. 10 rupee, 110 rupee, 100 rupee. This is called as a face value of the bond. This is called as a face value of the bond. Now, whenever the bond is issued, face value is there. What is the importance of the face value? The interest is always calculated upon face value. Remember this. The interest or the coupon that you are earning is calculated on the face value of the bond. For example, imagine this bond face value is 100 and the coupon rate is 10%. Now tell me how much interest you will earn yearly. How much interest you will earn yearly? You will earn the interest of 10 rupees. Any difficulty in understanding this? Any difficulty? So anybody who owns the bond, who is the owner of the bond today, will get 10 rupees from the government. Will simply get 10 rupees from the government. Annually, they will receive 10 rupees. Point number 1. Point number 2, government bonds as well as corporate bonds are tradable in nature. I repeat, the government bonds as well as corporate bonds are tradable. Tradable means what? You can sell these bonds, you can purchase the bonds. Right, I'll repeat it. The government bonds as well as the corporate bonds are tradable in nature. Tradable means you can sell the bonds, you can purchase the bonds. Right, for example, today, will you be allowed to purchase government bonds? Of course, yes. Of course, yes, you should have a demat account, right? You can use the demat account to purchase the government bonds. Can you purchase corporate bonds? Of course, yes. Right, so you can purchase, I can purchase, banks are allowed to purchase, insurance companies are allowed to purchase, foreign investors are allowed to purchase. So a lot of investors in the market, right, of course, following the guidelines, are allowed to purchase the government bonds as well as corporate bonds and sell the government bonds as corporate bonds. Now tell me, very simple question to all of you, tell me, if you are buying and selling government bonds, will the market price of the bond remain same? Think of it. Think of it. It's a very simple sequence here. You are buying and selling government bonds. Will the market price of the bond remain same? Of course, no. What do you mean by market price here? Imagine I have a bond here. In my hand, I have a bond. Face value of the bond is 100 rupee. Face value. Now you tell me, if everybody wants to sell the bond to you, think of it. If everybody wants to sell the bond to you, will you purchase the bond at 100 rupee? Apply common sense. Apply common sense. Right? Don't worry about coupon rate. Don't worry about anything else. Focus on what I'm discussing now. If there is a lot of supply in the market, right? If there is a lot of supply of bonds in the market, will you purchase the bond at 100 rupees? If you do that, please do let me know. I want to sell the bond to you. You should not do that. Why? What does economics teach you? What have we discussed starting from the first class? If supply increases, what should happen to the price of the commodity? Tell me. If supply increases, what will happen to the price? The price will go down. Is it fair or not? On the other hand, let's say you have a bond. You have a bond, right? Whatever the value, let's say 100 rupee, face value is 100. Everybody wants to purchase the bond that you have. Everybody wants to purchase the bond that you are owning. Now, what will happen to the price? Will you sell it at 100 rupees or will you sell it at more than 100 rupees or less than 100 rupees? You will sell it at more than 100 rupees. Does it make sense or not? Please do let me know. Because everything is based on supply and demand. Everything is based on supply and demand. Whatever could be the face value of the bond, don't worry. What is the importance of face value? The coupon amount is given based on face value. I repeat, the coupon amount, right, is given based on face value of the bond. But when you purchase the bond, you could purchase it at more than 100 rupee or less than 100 rupee. It all depends on the market situation. I'll give you real life examples, right? Understand this carefully. Imagine 2 more banks in the international market will collapse. Very, very big banks, right? Very, very large banks will start collapsing now. How many of you think foreign investors will remain in India? Let me know. How many of you think that foreign investors will keep their money in India? Absolutely no, they will not keep it. I'll tell you why. Imagine you're a foreign investor. Why will you keep your money in rupees? Is it not dangerous? Rather, you will sell all the instruments that you're owning. You will simply sell them, take out money from India. Are you not seeing the same thing happening in the market today? If you say, sir, I have not seen it, then you are not reading newspapers. Simple. Then you are simply not reading newspapers. I will realize it. But I'll give you one more example. Imagine the stock market crashes. Stock market means shares, Adani group of companies, etc., etc. Right? The stock market shares, right? The prices will fall. Where do you think it is safe to invest now? Think of it. Where do you think it is safe to invest? Is it safe to invest in a stock market or bond market? Right? People will, or that is investors, will shift their investment from the stock market to the bond market. Right now, right? I've given you two examples. Understand this. I've given you two examples. First example, supply of the bonds increased. Market prices will go down. In the second example, demand for the bonds increased. Market prices will go up. Any problem in understanding this? Any problem in understanding this? Right? So the argument is simple. Whatever could be the face value, I repeat, whatever could be the face value, do not worry about it. What is the importance? Government which has issued the bond will calculate the coupon only on face value. They will calculate the coupon only on face value. That is, if a bond, have a look at this. This is one of the bond. Right, I'm talking about this. This is one of the bond. What is the face value of the bond? 100 rupee. What is the use of this 100 rupee? The coupon is calculated on the face value. Right, but the argument is, because the bonds are tradable in the market, you can buy them, you can sell them, etc., etc. The market prices of the bonds will not be 100. It could be more than 100. It could be less than 100. Now, let me ask you a very simple next point. Follow this carefully. Let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine the demand for the bonds goes up. Demand for the bonds is very high. What will happen to market prices? Follow the sequence. Follow the sequence. Demand is very high. Okay? Demand is very high. What will happen to market price? Market price decreases. No, market price increases. Market price increases. That is, let's say a bond which is having a face value of 100, you will not be able to purchase at 100. Now the market price is 105 rupees. You paid 105 rupees and purchased the bond. What is your investment? Many of you will get confused here. Follow this. What is your investment? You have invested 105 rupees. Now let's say 1 year is over. Your investment is 105. 1 year is over. Now government will calculate 8% of face value of the bond. What is the face value of the bond? 100 rupee. Agreed. Face value of the bond is 100. So government will calculate 8% of 100 and will give you coupon amount of 8 rupees. Will give you coupon amount of 8 rupees. Now calculate it. Calculate it. Your investment is 105. You have earned a coupon of 8 rupees. Right? Don't you think, understand this, don't you think your rate of interest, the rate of interest that you are earning has gone down because the market prices have gone up? Is it okay? I'll repeat it. The rate of interest that you are earning has gone down. Rate of interest. Don't say, sir, I'm still earning 8 rupees. Yes, you are still earning 8 rupees. But what is your investment now? What is your investment? Your investment is not 100. It is rather 105. So you have invested 105. You will get, right, 8 rupees. No doubt, you will get 8 rupees. But what is your actual returns rate? What is the percentage returns you are earning? It will not be 8%. It will be less than 8%. Right? And this actual rate of returns is called as yield rate. I've written it here. Let me show it. The actual returns that you are going to earn, it is yield rate. Please do not be confused between the coupon and the yield rate. Coupon is how much will be given by the government? How much is given by the government? 8% of face value. But you may purchase the bond at face value or higher or lower than face value. So if the market prices are higher, if the market prices go up, I hope you understand, if the market prices will go up, what will happen to the percentage returns you are earning? Percentage returns you are earning will go down. Any difficulty? Any difficulty? Percentage returns will go down. On the other hand, let's say everybody is selling bonds now. Okay? Everybody is selling the bonds. Supply of the bonds in the market is very high. You tell me, will you purchase it at 100 or less than or higher than 100 rupees? I hope you understand. Everybody is supplying bonds, right? People are selling bonds in the market. Supply has gone up. What will happen to the market price of the bond? Market price of the bond automatically has to be lower. It has to fall down, right? Again, I'm taking 100 rupees as a reference point. I'll give you one more example. If the last week market price was 115 rupees, let's imagine last week the market price of the bond is 115. This week all the investors are selling the bond. Will it not fall below 115 rupees? Will the market price fall or not? Of course, yes. So market prices should go down. Now imagine you purchase the bond at 95 rupees. You invested 95, purchase the bond. 1 year is over. Government will give you how much money? 8 rupees. Any difficulty? Because always a coupon based on face value. 8% of 100, government will give you 8 rupees. So now what is your rate of returns? What is the rate of returns? What is the yield? Actual rate of returns you are earning. Will it be more than 8% or not? Will it be higher or not? Right? Answer is this. Right? So argument is simple here. Do not complicate it. Do not complicate this issue. Right? One is coupon. Coupon means what? Whatever is the face value. On the face value, government will give it. If the face value is 100 rupees, coupon rate is 8%, government irrespective, underline that, irrespective of whatever price you have paid for the bond will keep on giving you 8 rupees every year. But what if you have purchased it at more than 100 rupees, more than 115 rupees, more than 120 rupees at a higher market price? If you have paid a higher market price, the actual interest rate you are earning will be lower. And that actual interest rate is yield. Right? The actual rate of returns that you earn in percentage, that is yield. Okay, so when the market prices will go up, right? Have a look at this. When the market prices will go up, yield rate will go down. Agreed? When the market prices will go up, yield rate will go down. And when the market prices will go down, yield rate will go up. In simple, please remember this. I've written it in the PPT here. Right? The market prices are inversely related to yield rates. The market prices are inversely related to the yield rates. If the market prices go up, yield rate will go down. And if the market prices will go down, yield rate will go up. This is the connection. Please remember this. Questions have been asked on this. Questions have been asked on this. So please be very, very careful. Okay, can I go forward now? Can I go forward? What is decreasing rupee value? I have not discussed exchange rate. Why are you bringing exchange rate and inserting exchange rate here? Don't do that. We'll discuss that later. Sir, USA collapse. Right? I'll explain that. Have patience, no? Why not have some patience? I'm not discussing that. I'm discussing this. Let's focus on the point of discussion now. Later we'll take it up. Sir, I want to learn everything right now. Right now. Because I'm going to exams at 10 o'clock. No, have patience. Okay? Okay, done. Sir, interest rate and yield rate. Let me show it. Let me see. Let me see at least now. Can you see this piece of paper? This is to the level that we are going now. Okay, can you see this piece of paper? Tell me what is written in the third line. Tell me what is written on the third line. Can you see the third line or not? 8%. That is coupon rate. That is a coupon rate. You purchase this bond, keep it with yourself. Government will give you 8% of 100 rupees. Agreed? Any difficulty here? Now you will sell it to someone else. Will you sell it at 100 rupees? Let me know. You will sell it to somebody else. Let's say to me. You will sell it at 100 rupees. How? How do you decide 100 rupees? Absolutely no. It all depends on supply and demand. It all depends on supply and demand. Right? Let's say demand is very high. Demand for the bonds is very high. Will you sell it at 100 rupees? Then you are a very, very bad investor. Don't invest in the market. Do not invest in the market. You are a very, very bad investor. Why? You don't even understand when the demand is higher, you should sell it at higher price. So, right, this is a bond. Will you sell it at 100? No. You will sell it to me at, let's say, 110 rupees. Now look at this. Who is the owner of this bond? Who is the owner of this bond? I am the owner. I might have paid 110 rupees, but government will simply calculate 8 rupees. Is it okay? Is it okay? Right? Government will simply calculate 8% of 100 rupees and give me 8 rupees. I can tell the government, but sir, I paid more than 100. Government says, I'm not worried about it. Government says, don't tell me about it. I have simply told anybody who owns it, I will give 8% of 100. So take, here is your 8 rupees. But what is my investment? Tell me, what is my investment? My investment is 110 rupees. But how much did I earn? I earned only 8 rupees. Use your calculator, find out how much returns you are getting. It will not be 8%, it will be around 7%. So what has happened? The actual returns that I'm earning, is not 8%, it is less than 8%. But later, let's say, right, later I will sell this particular bond to you. I purchased at 110, I will sell it to you at 105. So have a look at this. At 110 rupees, what is the yield rate? 7.2%. All of you agree? Think of it. At 110 rupees, what is the yield rate? 7.2%. I will sell it to my friend, let's say at 105 rupees. I will sell it to my friend at 105 rupees. What has happened to market price? Market price has gone down. Now my friend owns this particular bond. After the 1 year is over, he will receive how much money from the government? He will receive 8 rupees. Is it okay? 8% of 100, 8 rupees. Now calculate again. Open your calculator. Calculate 8 divided by 105. Will it be more than 7.2%? Of course, yes. It will be somewhere around 7.5%. Somewhere around 7.5%. Now, you tell me, when the market prices has gone down, what has happened to yield rate? What has happened to yield rate? The yield rate has gone up. And can I do it vice versa? Can I do the vice versa now? If the market prices goes up, what will happen to yield rate? Yield rate will go down. That is basically the inverse relation between the market prices and the yield rate on a bond. Any difficulty now? And at least now it should be easier for you. Right? Market prices are inversely related to the yield rate. Simply remember this. It's basically this idea. Okay, so open market operation means what? Buying and selling government securities. All of this we have discussed. Now have a look at this. Why this is important? right? What I've discussed, the same thing is there here. Please have a look at it, right? Whatever I've discussed, it is there in the slide. Please have a look at it. Now, why should you understand all of it? Why should you understand all of this? There is a tool used by RBI called as Operation Twist. Very, very beautiful tool. Follow the discussion. You will, right? You will praise the beauty of this particular tool. Follow my discussion now. Operation Twist is a tool that was used by RBI couple of years ago during pandemic. During pandemic, RBI used the tool called as Operation Twist. So what was the situation in the pandemic? Inflation rate is higher. Inflation rate is higher. Okay. Next, next point is, what has happened to growth? Growth rate has come down. Anybody disagreeing? Inflation rate is higher. Growth rate is lower. Now what should RBI do here? RBI should increase money supply so that the growth will be promoted. Okay, so that the growth will be promoted. Now here is a problem. What is the problem? If RBI will promote growth by increasing money supply, what will happen to inflation rate? What will happen to inflation rate? Inflation rate further will go up, or inflation rate will decrease. How? How? Right? What is your analysis? Inflation rate will go up. Money supply increases, it will cause inflation. It will cool down inflation. Right? I don't understand. So it will cause inflation. But if you keep on controlling money supply, what will happen to growth? Growth is already low. Now there is a problem. Now there is a problem. Inflation rate high, growth rate is low. If I promote more supply of money, it will cause inflation. But can I sit quietly also? If I sit quietly, growth will not happen. So what I need to do, I will have to reduce interest rates in the market. Look at the beauty of this. Follow this carefully. I will have to reduce interest rates in the market, because ultimately objective of higher money supply is reduced interest rates. All of you will agree? When the money supply increases, what will happen to interest rates in the market? Interest rates in the market will go down, because a lot of money is there, right? Imagine this. You want to borrow money. You want to borrow money in the market. If only one lender is there, don't you think the rate of interest will be higher? Now, rather than only one lender, imagine 100 lenders want to give you loan. All of them want to give money to you. Will you take at a higher rate of interest or lower rate of interest? Lower rate of interest. So we need to ensure that interest rates will become low. Now follow the discussion. Under the Operation Twist, RBI simultaneously, right? I repeat, RBI simultaneously will sell short-term bonds and buy long-term bonds. I'll repeat it. That's the beauty of Operation Twist. Under the Operation Twist, RBI simultaneously will sell short-term bonds and buy long-term bonds, and of same value. What do you mean by this? Let's take a simple example. Let's take a simple example. Do not worry about tenure. Listen to me. Do not worry about tenure here, right? Rather than telling you people, I will only fold it, because many of you will ask me question later. So what is the value of the bond? 100 rupee. So have a look at this. On one side, RBI will sell a bond worth 100 rupee, and on the other hand, RBI will purchase a bond worth 100 rupee. Is it okay? RBI on one side will sell bond worth 100 rupee, and on the other hand will purchase a bond worth 100 rupee. So if you sell bond and purchase a bond, answer now, will the money supply change? Think of it, right? You are selling 100 rupee worth of bond, you are purchasing 100 rupee worth of bond. Will the money supply change? No. Money supply will remain same. And if money supply doesn't change, don't you think this Operation Twist doesn't affect inflation rate? The Operation Twist will not contribute to inflation rate. That is point 1. Point 2, if RBI is selling and buying government securities, can I say operation twist is a type of open market operation? Is it okay? Right? If RBI is selling and buying government securities, can I call the operation twist as open market operation? Again, yes. Point number 2. Point number 3. Now, many of you will be thinking RBI is an idiot. RBI is a stupid fellow. It is selling 100 rupee worth of bond. It is buying 100 rupee worth of the bonds. What is the point here? They are not doing any difference. Absolutely no. Follow now. When RBI sells, they will sell short-term G security. And RBI will purchase, it will purchase long-term G security. Remember this. When RBI will sell, it will sell short-term G security. And when RBI will purchase, it will purchase a long-term G security. And specifically focus on the latter part here. Long term is a 10-year maturity period G securities. Very, very important. Understand this. When I say long term, it is the 10-year G securities. That is the G securities having a maturity period of 10 years. Why this is important? The 10-year G securities are referred to as a standard in the market. Are referred to as a standard. They can use the term standard, or they will also use a term benchmark. I hope you understand. The 10-year G securities are a standard or a benchmark in the bond market. What do you mean by a standard or benchmark? Every other borrower or a lender in the market will track what is happening in the 10-year G security. I hope you understand. Every other investor in the market as well as a borrower in the market will simply follow what is happening in the 10-year G security. Right? This is the standard. This is a benchmark. Meaning what? Follow this carefully. If the yield rate on 10-year G security will go up, if the yield rate on 10-year G security will go up, automatically the interest rates in the market will go up. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. The 10-year G security is a benchmark. It is a standard in the market. Right? Why it is a standard? One, it is issued by the Government of India. Follow this. It is issued by Government of India. And you tell me, if Government of India issues a bond, will you have more confidence on the bond or not? Think of it. Right? Just think of it. Right? If a Government of India has issued a bond, will you have more confidence on the bond or not? Of course, yes. It is issued by the government. And trust me when I say this, after independence, whatever bonds have been issued by the government has always repaid the money. Government has always honored the repayment, which means there has been no default by the government. Government has never taken the money by issuing a bond and has defaulted. Defaulted means not paying back. There is no instance, there is no example of Government of India doing it. That is the precise reason Government of India securities carry very high confidence in the market. But within these securities, it is the 10-year government security which has the highest confidence in the market, hence called as a benchmark or a standard in the market. And what is the importance of this? If the 10-year G security benchmark, the yield rate will go up, interest rate in the market automatically will go up. Sir, what is the meaning of it? I'll give a very simple example. Imagine, right? I want to issue this particular bond to you. I'm a company. Think of it. I'm a company. I want to issue this bond to you. I wanted to issue this bond at 7% rate of interest, coupon rate. I wanted to issue it at 7%. Now you will check in the market. The 10-year G security is giving you a yield rate of 9%. I hope you understand. The 10-year G security is giving a yield of 9%. Now, how many of you will purchase the bond from me at 7%? Think of it. Think of it. I'm a company and participate. These are technical. Once you participate and understand, it is done and dusted. I am offering a bond to you. I'm a company. Okay, I'm a company. I'm offering this to you at 7%, but in the market, the 10-year G security is giving you a yield rate of 9%. You should not accept it. You should never accept it. Why? Your argument will be, sir, 10-year G security is giving me 9%. I will invest in a 10-year G security. Why should I purchase your bond? Right? Is it okay if I say, if the 10-year G security yield rate will go up, the rate of interest that I should offer on my bond, it should be higher. But what if it is vice versa? What if it is vice versa? What if the 10-year G security yield rate will go down? The 10-year G security yield rate will fall down, let's say from 7% to 5%. Now, will I offer this bond to you at 9%? I'll be an idiot. You will purchase it. You will say, thanks, sir. You are offering 9%, right? Please take my money. But will I offer it? I should not offer it. Why? The yield rate on 10-year G security has fallen down to 5%. I will offer, let's say, 5.2%. Is the logic okay here? Is the logic okay? What you should understand? This is the point. You should understand this. If the 10-year G security yield rate goes down, companies can borrow in the market at lower rate of interest. Done? I'll repeat it. If the 10-year G securities yield rate goes down, the companies, private sector companies, can issue bonds, borrow at lower rate of interest. Can I go forward now? Can I go forward? Right? This is the point that you should remember. Now, question is, how do we ensure the yield rate on 10-year G security will go down? How do we ensure that the 10-year G security yield will go down? Arey Baba, focus on the discussion. No. Break. Always you want break. Right? Focus on the discussion. Let me finish it. I'll give a break. Right? I'm not losing. Right? I'll give a break. Right? Focus on the discussion. So have a look at the process in the operation twist. Point number 1. RBI will purchase long-term bonds. When you say long-term bonds, 10-year G securities. Focus on this point. RBI will purchase long-term bonds and simultaneously sell same value of short-term bonds. Same value of short-term bonds. Meaning what? There is no change in money supply. No change in money supply. No change in the money supply, which means it will not contribute to inflation. Now focus on the 10-year G securities. When RBI will purchase the 10-year G securities, what will happen to the demand for the G securities? The 10-year G securities, RBI will start purchasing. What will happen to the demand for it? The demand for the 10-year G securities will go up. When the demand goes up, what will happen to market price of the 10-year G securities? The market price of the 10-year G securities will go up. And when the market price will go up, what will happen to yield rate? What will happen to the yield rate? The yield rate of 10-year G securities will go down. It will fall. And now, if yield rate will fall down from 7% to let's say 6%, can I say private sector companies can borrow at a lower rate of interest from the market? Is it okay? Private sector companies will be able to borrow at lower rate of interest from the market. And what was the objective of RBI? What was RBI trying to do all along? RBI was trying to ensure that interest rate in the market will go down. Has it not happened now? Think of this. RBI wanted to ensure 3 things. 1, I will not increase money supply. Has it increased money supply? No. RBI has not increased money supply, because if the money supply increases, it will contribute to inflation. Point number 2, RBI wanted to ensure interest rate will go down in the market. And by pushing down the yield rate, by lowering of the yield rate on 10-year G securities, which is a benchmark, which is a standard now, what will happen to the interest rates in the market? That is, now I can offer this particular bond to you at, let's say, 6.2%. Earlier, how much? At least 7%. Right? Let's say before the operation twist, at least 7%. Now, after the operation twist, will I offer 7%? No. Yield rate is 6%. I might offer you 6.2%. So, am I able to borrow? Right? Am I able to borrow at a lower rate of interest? Yes. If I borrow at a lower rate of interest, what will happen to investment? Investment will pick up. If the investment will pick up, will it not promote recovery in the economy? Right? So that is the beauty of the tool Operation Twist. Such a very, very, very beautiful tool. RBI is not changing money supply. RBI is not changing money supply. But RBI is ensuring the yield rate in the market will go down, and the interest rates, overall interest rates in the market will also go down. Private sector now will be able to borrow at lower rate of interest, invest more. Okay, so this is called as Operation Twist, and RBI has done it. RBI has done it multiple times during pandemic in order to promote recovery in the market. Now, this is one more very important function of RBI. Let's take a break now. After that, we'll take up the monetary policy tools. But before that, any questions, let me know. Can Operation Twist lead to stagflation? How? You tell me. Right? Let me know. How? You tell me. I've discussed the idea of Operation Twist now. Is it going to contribute to stagflation? No. It will promote recovery in the economy. It will promote a recovery in the economy. Okay. Bond is an instrument of exchange. Don't say it is an instrument of exchange. It is an instrument to borrow. It is an instrument to borrow. And this instrument can be bought and sold in the market. What is the maximum interest rate a financial can charge per month? On what? On what? You tell me. What is the rate of interest you are asking? On what? Is it a loan? Is it a bond? On what? Because on one type of instrument to another type of instrument, rate of interest will keep on changing. And they should be different. You cannot have a single rate of interest on everything. No, it should be different, by the way. Okay. Under WMA, in which form RBI provides loans? Money. Money. RBI will provide the loan in the form of money. In India, most of the people are of middle class. Most of the money is in their hand, as most of them are not aware about G bonds. So during inflation, the RBI is not able to take money from the people. So they have to increase bank rate, and even Government of India also has to increase the tax rate. Again, RBI is promoting more and more participation of retail investors. RBI is promoting more and more participation. Retail investor participation anyways is very less. Right? Not only in the bond market, even in the stock market, retail participation in India is very, very less. But RBI is promoting more and more participation. Okay. Okay, done. What is the rate of interest here? My dear, interest rate means whatever is the interest rate applicable on borrowing and lending in the market. Because government is a borrower in the market, private sector is also a borrower in the market. So when I say interest rate here, what is the interest rate offered by both of them in the market? Coupon rate is nothing but interest. Yes, but in the context of bonds, we simply use the term coupon rate. Want Operation Twist to stimulate inflation? You tell me how. Because I've gone to great lengths. At least 4 times I've proved it doesn't cause inflation. But you are saying it is causing inflation. You tell me how. Because under the Operation Twist, we are not changing money supply. Right? Did you not follow what I said? In Operation Twist, RBI doesn't change money supply. If RBI is not changing money supply, you tell me how Operation Twist will cause inflation. Right? Please tell me what is your understanding. Okay. Retail customer participation is indirect in mutual funds, LICs. No, you can, okay, you can participate as a retail investor. You can participate either directly also as well as indirectly also. Right? What is a direct participation here? Right? Let me take a break. After the break, I'll tell you. Right? Can you purchase G securities directly in the market? Yes, it is allowed. After the break, I'll tell you. Don't worry. Okay. Sir, will you teach repo rate? My dear, can't you see it is there in the slide? Right in front of your eyes, it is there. And I'm pretty sure I've not written anything on the slide means I've not taught it. Right? Again, right in front of your eyes, it is there. How yield rate will fall? If the market prices goes up, if the market price of the bond goes up, yield rate will go down. And trust me, if you find this very difficult, do not look at calculations. Will UPSC ask you calculations? Absolutely no. Do not waste your time. Remember only one line: market price, yield rate are inversely related. Market price and yield rate are inversely related. If the market prices will go up, yield rate will go down, and opposite. Okay, done. Okay, so let's take a break now. Let's take a break. I'll restart at 8:15 a.m. I'll restart at 8:15 a.m. Take a break now. Welcome back. Am I audible? Can we start? Am I audible? Please do let me know. Give me either a thumbs up, yes, either anything is okay. Am I audible? Okay. Let's start. So during the break, I was just going through the comments that you've provided or the kind of questions you are asking. There are certain students who, rather than listening, are more interested in typing. My dear, listen to the lecture first. If you have the patience of listening, you would have understood I've answered your question already. Right? And they keep on writing. Am I visible? Is my question not visible? You are ignoring. You are doing that. You are doing this. Listen to the lecture first. Why do you think I've written government and private here? What was the reason I've written government and private? Precisely to answer your question. But no, you're not interested in that. You're interested in something else. So listen to the lecture first. You can keep on writing comments 100 times later. But if you keep on writing comments, where will you have the patience to listen? Listen first. Okay. Sir, budget 23-24. There is already a discussion on budget 23-24. Already it is there. It's already there. Please have a look at it. Okay. Okay. So how bond supply will increase in India in relation to USA? We'll discuss that later. We have not yet connected what happens in USA, etc., etc. Don't worry. We'll discuss that later. Okay. Done. Let's continue. Let's continue. So the next function of RBI, that is a monetary policy tool. Very important, understand this. We are going one by one. First was what? Inflation control, done. Second one was RBI acted as a banker to government, done. Operation twist, etc., etc., done. Now before going forward, before the break, I told you RBI will allow all the retail investors to purchase bonds. How is that? Follow this carefully. RBI has introduced a new system called as Retail Direct Scheme. Retail Direct Scheme, right? Who is allowed under the Retail Direct Scheme? Individual investors, such as you, such as me. I told you, you can purchase the government bonds. I can also purchase the government bonds. But how? How is that possible? There is a new tool called as a Retail Direct Initiative. Under the Retail Direct Initiative, what happens is, imagine here is an individual investor such as you and me. Imagine here is an individual investor. Now, individual investor should have a bank account. Individual investor should have a bank account. Right? That's a point number one. Point number two, this individual investor now can approach Reserve Bank of India, RBI, open an account in RBI. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. Individual investor should have a bank account. Now the same investor, of course, they will have to provide a lot of documents. PAN should be there, DMAT, etc., etc. So they are allowed to open an account with Reserve Bank of India. This is called as a Retail Direct Gilt account. Retail Direct Gilt account. G-I-L-T, Gilt account. Now, simple question to all of you. Think of it. Who is auctioning government securities? And answer, by the way. Who is auctioning or selling government securities in the market? Reserve Bank of India. All of you will agree? We have discussed this. Reserve Bank of India. So when Reserve Bank of India is auctioning or selling these government securities, you can directly purchase the government securities from RBI. Right? You can directly purchase these government securities from RBI. Right? So this, right, is it okay? This will basically promote retail investor participation in purchasing of government securities. Any difficulty? Please do let me know. This tool will promote retail investor participation in purchasing of government securities. Now, through this mechanism, a retail investor such as you, such as me, can purchase government securities. That is basically the initiative that has been taken by the RBI in order to promote retail investor participation. Now, one more concept here. When I say RBI will auction the government securities, RBI will auction the government securities, right? What is the portal they use? There is one website the RBI uses. Remember the name of the website. The portal name is eKuber. There is a portal. Portal means a website. Through the portal, RBI will auction the government securities. Auction means RBI says, these are the government securities. Who want to purchase, start placing the bids for it. So the name of the portal where the G securities are auctioned, is nothing but eKuber, the system of eKuber. Right? Can be asked, please be very, very careful. Now imagine a bank has purchased G securities through eKuber. You have purchased G securities through eKuber. Now you want to trade them. You want to sell them. Where can you sell these government bonds, government securities? Where can you sell them? There is one more portal which has been set up by RBI for this, for trading of government securities. For trading of government securities, there is one more portal. What is the portal here? The name of the portal is Negotiated Dealing System, NDS, Negotiated Dealing System, Order Matching. Negotiated Dealing System, Order Matching. In short, they will simply write it as NDSOM. Any difficulty, please do let me know now. Right, I'll repeat this again. As a retail investor, can you purchase G securities? Of course, yes. You can purchase G securities. But how? RBI says, have a bank account. You also open a retail direct gilt account with RBI, right? With RBI. And whenever RBI will auction the G securities, you can purchase it from Reserve Bank of India, right? This is how RBI promotes investor participation. And when I say RBI will sell these G securities or auctions these G securities, what is the system used by RBI? Where do they do this? Because many of you will think like this. RBI selling government securities means RBI governor is standing with bonds in the market, right? In some market, RBI governor is standing and he'll keep on selling it to you. 10 ka 20, 10 ka 20, 10 ka 20 karke, right? He'll keep on selling it to you. Absolutely no. Everything is done online now. I hope you understand. Everything is done online. There is a portal, eKuber. Auctioning of government securities is done through eKuber. And once you have these government securities, let's say bank will purchase, mutual funds will purchase, right? Insurance companies will purchase. Where are you allowed to trade these G securities? It is NDS, Negotiated Dealing System, Order Matching. NDSOM, it's a name of a platform where the trading of government securities will take place. Right? Any issue with this? Can I go forward with monetary policy now? What is the purpose of gilt account? My dear, you want to purchase G securities and keep it, no? Right? You don't want to have an account where you will store your G securities. Right? What is the purpose of Paytm account? What is the purpose? Have money in that. What is the purpose of bank account? Have money in that. The same way, gilt account, keep your G securities. Okay? Done. Next one is monetary policy tools. Concept of monetary policy tools. Now, what is this monetary policy tools? Understand this carefully. RBI using the monetary policy tools will regulate money supply. I repeat, RBI using monetary policy tools will regulate money supply. What do you mean by regulate money supply here? Either increase the money supply or decrease the money supply. Simple. Either increase the money supply or decrease the money supply. Now, whenever you talk about monetary policy tools, I said RBI will regulate money supply. These are also referred to as credit control tools. These are also referred to as credit control tools. Sir, why credit control tools? Using these tools, RBI will either increase the credit in the market or reduce the credit in the market. Now, these monetary policy tools are divided into two parts. One is a quantitative set of tools. Second one is called as a qualitative set of tool. I repeat, one is a quantitative set of tool. Second one is a qualitative set of tools. What's the basic idea here? Quantitative set of tools are used either to increase or decrease money supply. I'll repeat it. Understand the difference between both of them. Understand difference between both of them. The quantitative set of tools are used either to increase money supply or decrease money supply in the overall economy. What about qualitative set of tools? Under the qualitative set of tools, RBI specifically can target one sector, either increase the money supply or decrease the money supply. Is the difference okay with all of you? Let me know right now. I'll repeat it. Quantitative means in the overall economy, money supply will increase or decrease. Qualitative means RBI can specifically target one sector. It can target a specific sector, increase the money supply or decrease the money supply in this sector. Right? What tools are there? We'll have a discussion. Don't worry. What tools are there under qualitative? We'll discuss all of them. Now let me start with quantitative here. Let me start with quantitative. What is the quantitative set of tool? First one, repo and reverse repo. And please remember this, repo is the most important tool. RBI will have lot of tools. RBI will have lot of tools. Repo is the most important one. Now let's start. What do you mean by repo? Have a look at the definition here. Repo simply stands for rate of interest that is charged by RBI on the short-term loans that are given to banks. I'll repeat the definition, and by the way, it is there on the board. Please have a look at it. Repo means it is the rate of interest that is charged by RBI whenever RBI will provide short-term loans. What do you mean by short-term loans? Whenever RBI will provide loans for 7 days, whenever RBI will provide loans for 14 days, 28 days, etc. like this. So RBI will give a loan to a bank for a short duration, and on the loan, RBI will charge a rate of interest. That is called as repo rate. Now have a look at this. Have a look at this very carefully. Here is the process which is actually followed by RBI. Step 1, step 2. Follow this carefully. Step 1, step 2. In the step 1, RBI will give money to the bank, collect a security from the bank. Remember this. RBI will give money to the bank, collect a security from the bank. Security means what? Collateral. Is it okay? RBI will provide a loan, but in return they will collect a certain security. They will collect a certain collateral from the bank. Let's say hypothetically, loan given is 100 crore rupees. Security collected is worth 100 crore rupees. This is step number 1. After 7 days, let's say 7 days the duration is over. After 7 days, RBI will basically collect the money back along with the interest. Let's say repo rate is 7%. So RBI will collect 100 crore rupees plus 7 crore rupees. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. Right? RBI will collect 100 crore rupee back plus 7 crore rupee interest and return the security or the bonds that they had collected earlier. This is how the repo rate will work. Any difficulty in this, please do let me know now. Observe it carefully. Everything is there on the slide. Observe it. Any difficulty, please do let me know now. When I'm discussing something else, don't keep on asking what is repo. Right? What is repo? You are a bank. I'm RBI. I will borrow from you. I'm sorry. You are a bank. I'm RBI. I will give a loan to you and I will collect the money back. But what is the rate of interest I will charge on it? That is called as a repo rate. But what is specifically important here? What is specifically important? 2 points. One, I will collect a security from you. I will collect collateral from you when you take a loan. And second, this is used for short duration. This tool is used for short duration, not for long duration, for short duration, 7 days, right? 14 days, 28 days, etc. That is repo rate. Now, what is collateral? My dear, collateral is nothing but security. For example, you go to a bank, you will take a housing loan. Tell me now, when you take a housing loan, will the bank collect any security from you or not? Let me know. When you go to a bank and when you borrow from the bank, will the bank collect any security from you or not? Or they'll simply give it like this. Right? You will go to the bank, they are waiting for you, they will give you 50 lakh rupees, take it and go. Okay? So understand this, the RBI will collect certain securities which are nothing but bonds, which is right in front of your eyes written there. Bonds are collected, G securities are collected by RBI. Okay? So have a look at this. Next one is reverse repo. Next one is reverse repo. What happens in a reverse repo? Exactly opposite. Exactly opposite. So now hold on to the question. Let me explain it first. Hold on to your question. Before explaining, don't start asking. What is reverse repo? It is a rate of interest which is charged by the banks when they give loan to RBI. I'll repeat it again. What is reverse repo? It is a rate of interest that is charged by the banks when they will give loans to RBI. Now, what is the actual process? Let me explain it to you. Imagine you are a bank. You have collected lot of deposits. But let's say there is a recession that is happening in the market. Or let's say you want to give loans, but you're concerned whether the borrowers will repay it or not. Will you keep the money simply with you? Think of it. Will you simply keep that money with you without using for any purposes? No, you should not do that. What you will do is, there is one option that is available to you. You will take this deposit, keep this deposit with RBI. Is the logic okay now? Right? Because many of you will look at the definition and start bombarding me with this question. Sir, why RBI is borrowing? Why RBI is borrowing? It's not exactly that RBI borrows. It's just that banks have lot of deposits, but rather than lending in the market, some of the deposit, they will keep it with RBI. Now, when you keep this deposit with RBI, RBI will pay rate of interest on it. RBI will pay rate of interest on this, and that is called as a reverse repo. Any difficulty, please do let me know now. What is bank rate? I've not yet gone to that. Have patience. Right? The issue with you people is you don't even see what I'm going to discuss. Is the bank rate there in the listing? Yes. Did I discuss it? No. Right? So wait, have patience. So I'll repeat the concept here again. Repo, the RBI will give loan, collect a security for short duration. And after the 7 days or 14 days is over, RBI will return the security, collect the money along with interest. So that interest is charged, that is called as repo rate. What is reverse repo rate? In reverse repo rate, RBI will take deposits from the bank again for short duration. Again for short duration, 7 days or 14 days, etc. And will pay rate of interest to the banks. That is reverse repo rate. Reverse repo rate. And again, whenever you talk about repo and reverse repo, always remember this, collateral always is there. Collateral is there in the system. Sir, how collateral is there in the reverse repo? Let me write it. Have a look at this. Here is RBI. Here is a bank. The bank will keep a deposit of 100 crore with RBI. RBI will provide a G securities worth 100 crore rupees to the bank. That is step number 1. After 7 days is over, RBI and bank, right, will conduct a transaction again. RBI will provide 100 crore rupees plus interest, and the G securities are returned back by the bank to RBI. This is basically right how the reverse repo rate will work. This is how the reverse repo rate will work. Any difficulty now? Any difficulty? Right? So it is always for short duration. Collateral is there. Rate of interest is either paid by RBI or collected by RBI. If RBI collects a rate of interest, then it is repo rate. If RBI pays interest, it is reverse repo rate. Okay, so that is the basic idea of repo and reverse repo. Now let me ask you a simple question. Which rate do you think will be greater, repo or reverse repo? Think of it and let me know. Which of the two do you think, right, is greater, repo or reverse repo? You do not have to be an economist for this. It has to be repo. Some of you are saying reverse repo. How, my dear, right? What is your calculations? I don't know. RBI will borrow money, pay more rate of interest. Don't you think RBI will incur losses there itself? Think of it, no? Think of it. Right? I can tell you it's very simple. Repo is greater than reverse repo. But why? You should know that. Right? If RBI will pay more rate of interest, don't you think the RBI will incur losses there itself? Right? For example, imagine this. Right? Will you do this? Let me know. You go to a bank. You will keep a fixed deposit with the bank. How much rate of interest they will give you? 6%, 6%, 7%, etc. From the same bank where you have kept a fixed deposit, imagine you will take a loan. Do you think bank will charge you 5% rate of interest on it? If yes, let me know. I want to take a loan from such bank. They will charge you more than 6%. They will charge you 7%, 8%, 9% like this. Sir, why? Right? Apply common sense. If bank will pay more rate of interest compared to what they are collecting, will they not incur losses, my dear? Will they not incur losses? Right? So that's a basic logic here. So repo rate has to be greater than reverse repo. Repo rate has to be greater than reverse repo. Okay? Done. Let me go to the next here now. There's a new tool which has been introduced, standing deposit facility. Before you start jumping up and down and say both are one and the same, follow the discussion first. What is a standing deposit facility? It is the rate of interest charged by the banks when they provide short-term loans to RBI. I will repeat it. What is STF? It is a rate of interest that is charged by the banks when they provide short-term loans to RBI. Now, please look at this picture. Please look at this picture. Do you think both are one and the same? Let me know. Please look at this picture and please look at this picture. Do you think both are one and the same? If you say both are one and the same, please go to right hospital first. Get your eyes tested. Okay, so understand this. Understanding deposit facility, the bank will keep a deposit with RBI. They will keep a deposit with RBI, but RBI will not provide any security. No collateral, no security will be provided. Point number one. Point number one. Point number two. Sir, why? Why it was introduced? If there is reverse repo rate, why do we need standing deposit facility? Imagine a situation where all the banks will take deposits worth, let's say, 100 crore rupees, go to RBI. They want to keep it with RBI under reverse repo rate. RBI cannot say no. Okay, understand this. All the banks have taken 100 crore rupees to RBI. They want to keep it under reverse repo rate. Now, what if RBI does not have G securities? Tell me. What if RBI does not have G securities? Or if they have G securities, but they are only worth 50 crore rupees. Don't you think reverse repo rate will become useless? Is my logic okay with all of you? Don't you think the reverse repo rate will become useless in that situation? That is the precise reason. Now RBI has introduced RBI has introduced a standing deposit facility. From last year, this has been introduced. Now, what will happen under the standing deposit facility? Banks will keep deposits for a shorter duration. Again, some of you are asking, shorter duration means what? It is less than 1 year. Right? It is less than 1 year. So, shorter duration, the banks will keep a deposit with RBI, but RBI will not pay or will not give any securities or collateral to the bank here. Right? That is point number 2. Point number 3. You think of it, and I need a very nice correct answer from you. On one side, you're keeping deposit, you will get security, reverse repo rate. On the other side, you're keeping deposit, you are not getting any security. You tell me, will you demand a higher rate of interest under the STF or lower rate of interest? It's a basic application of knowledge. Basic application. On one side, you will get securities. On the other side, you will not get securities. So, will you demand higher rate of interest or not? Of course, yes, you will demand higher rate of interest. Right? You should demand higher rate of interest. I don't know. Some of the people do not think correctly. Right? Focus. You should demand higher rate of interest. Why are you not taking a higher risk here? If you're not collecting any collateral, are you not taking a higher risk by keeping deposit with RBI? Of course, yes. Risk is higher, so you should demand higher rate of interest. Now, can I write it like this? Follow the sequence. At the top, right now, at the top is a repo. At the top is a repo. And below that, there was a reverse repo. And can I write STF between repo and reverse? That is, STF is greater than reverse, but lower than repo. Any difficulty with this? STF is greater than the reverse, but lower than repo. This is point number 3. Point number 4. You are a bank. You are a bank. You will get higher rate of interest under STF. Now, you tell me, will you keep your deposits under reverse repo rate or STF? Right? It's a very simple idea. You have a higher rate of interest under STF compared to reverse. Will you keep more deposits under STF or you will continue to prefer reverse? You will keep your deposits under STF. You will keep your deposits under STF. Now, can I simply say that with introduction of STF, reverse repo rate has become useless? Is it okay? With the introduction of STF, reverse repo rate has become useless. I don't want to name the students, but some of you are basically confused with everything. Right? Why? You are asking me why? Why, sir? You are a bank, you want to get more rate of interest or less rate of interest? Right? Think of it. Right? Think of it. You want to get more rate of interest or less rate of interest? Now, at least apply the basic idea. You want to get more or less? Of course, more. Which one will give you more rate of interest? Is it STF or reverse repo rate? Right? Have a look at this. Is it STF or reverse? It is STF. Then why will you keep under reverse repo rate? Does it make any sense to you? If it makes sense, let me know what is the sense that you are trying to make out of this. Because this is, sir, for security, I'll keep it under reverse. My dear, you are keeping your deposits with RBI. Where do you think it is more secure or less secure? Think of it. You are keeping your money with Reserve Bank of India. RBI, Reserve Bank of India. Don't you think already by default you have very, very high confidence on RBI? Right? Be very careful. Be very careful. Reverse repo rate has become useless now. That's the reason. Reverse repo rate has become useless. Okay? So repo, STF and reverse repo. Any difficulty so far? Can I go to the next one now? Can I go to the next point? Next point is, think of it. You are introducing a new function in RBI. Is it okay? you are introducing a new function to RBI. You will have to amend RBI Act. Understand this. You will have to amend RBI Act. Any problem with this? You are giving a new function to RBI. Government is asking RBI to introduce a new function. That is STF. You are going to amend RBI Act first. Why? Please go back to the basics now. Whatever function is done by RBI, from where will they derive the powers? From where will they derive the powers? They will derive the powers from RBI Act. So if you are going to ask RBI to do one more function, you will have to first amend RBI Act of 1934. So Government of India back in 2018 amended RBI Act, introduced an amendment to RBI Act, and then we have introduced standing deposit facility. And the last point regarding STF, it is a recommendation. It is a recommendation of Urjit Patel Committee. It is a recommendation of Urjit Patel Committee. Urjit Patel Committee 2014. Done? Right. So basically, this is the standing deposit facility. What is the benefit for RBI under STF? After the whole story is over, your question is, what is the benefit of RBI? Why do you think we have introduced STF in addition to reverse repo rate? Right? Why do you think we have introduced? Did I not tell you the whole story? But even then, sir, what is the benefit? I said RBI may or may not have G securities, sufficient G securities. Then the reverse repo rate will become useless. They cannot accept deposits under reverse repo rate. Right? So what we have done is, we have introduced one more tool, STF, where the G securities are not anymore required. So the burden on RBI to maintain G securities all the time will not be there. Okay? Done. Let me go to the next one now. Bank rate. Okay? Right? Let's focus on the next tool, bank rate. Now, before I start, just make one observation. Just observe. Look at this picture. Look at this picture. That is this one. Do you think both are one and the same? Let me know. Look at this picture and look at this picture and tell me if both are one and the same. Right? Two of you are saying yes. Right? Two of you are saying yes. Or a third person also joined now. No, both are not the same picture. What is missing is collateral again. What is missing is collateral again. And this tool is called as a bank rate. What is bank rate? The bank rate is a rate of interest charged by Reserve Bank of India when they will provide loans to the banks. I'll repeat it again. What is a bank rate? Bank rate is that rate of interest where RBI will provide loans to the banks and charge a rate of interest on it. But here there is no collateral, there is no G securities. There is no collateral, there is no G securities. That is basically the idea of a bank rate. Now, is the logic okay? Bank rate is different, repo rate is different. Now, let me go to the next point. Think of it again and answer. Imagine your RBI. Imagine your RBI. Under one example, you are giving a loan, you are collecting security. Done? In one more example, you are giving loan and not collecting security. Now tell me, in the second case, the rate of interest will be higher or lower than the first case. Apply basic sense, you will understand it. Right? In the second case, where you have given loan but without any collateral, will you charge a higher or lower rate of interest? You should charge a higher rate of interest. Now, that's the reason bank rate will be higher than repo rate. Done? Bank rate will be higher than repo rate. Any difficulty in understanding all of this? Sir, why bank rate is greater? Why repo rate is lower? Right? Why STF is lower than the repo rate, etc., etc. So these are the basic ideas. Okay, bank rate is again a rate of interest which is charged by RBI when they will provide loans to the banks. Right? They will provide loans, so they will charge a rate of interest. Right? That rate is called as a bank rate. Okay, so that is the basic idea of a bank rate being higher than repo rate. Repo rate being higher than STF. STF is higher than reverse repo rate. STF is higher than reverse repo rate. Sir, under the bank rate, is it for short term or long term? Term is not determined here. Generally, term is not determined. RBI can give it. Okay, the term is not determined in the context of bank rate. Although many of the books have said short term, RBI document doesn't use the term short term here. RBI doesn't determine the term. RBI will provide a loan and charge a rate of interest on it. Okay, now next point is important. Next point is important. Repo rate, I said, is the most important policy tool. It is the most important policy tool. Now, in the coming days, in the next couple of days, that is in the month of April, you will see RBI governor making an announcement. And all the expectation says that RBI might increase repo rate. I'll repeat it again. Again, I also don't know whether it is going to happen or not. But think of it. In the month of April, the monetary policy announcement is going to happen. The expectation, and there is a reason for this. What is the inflation rate for month of January and February? Was it more than 6% or not? 6.5%, 6.4%. So what is the option for RBI now? Either it has to hold the interest rate or increase the interest rate. So let's say hypothetically, RBI increases interest rates. That is, RBI increases repo rate. Now look at the next point carefully. RBI, whenever they change the repo rate, automatically all the other rates will get adjusted. I will repeat the statement here. If RBI changes the repo rate, automatically all the other rates will increase or decrease as per the change done. Sir, what do you mean by this? I'll give a very simple example. Imagine repo rate is 5%. Imagine repo rate is 5%. Bank rate will be, let's say, around 5.5%. What about STF? 4.5%. 4.5%, and reverse repo rate will be somewhere around 4.25% or 4.35%. Don't worry. Now, let's say RBI will increase the repo rate from 5% to 5.5%. RBI has increased the repo rate from 5% to 5.5%. What will happen to bank rate? Bank rate automatically will increase to 6%. Bank rate automatically will get adjusted to 6%. SDF will automatically get adjusted to 5%. And reverse repo rate will automatically get adjusted to 4.75%. Is the logic okay with all of you? Right? Why is this getting automatically adjusted? Because RBI says, this is the policy tool for me. This is the policy tool. And I will make changes in the repo. And because I'm making changes in the repo, automatically all the other tools will get adjusted. Automatically all of them will get adjusted. Now let me ask you one more question. Think of it and answer. And remember, RBI uses repo rate as the most important policy tool. Now if I say that RBI will increase STF, right? I'm giving you one statement. RBI has announced a hike in the STF. Do you think all the other rates will get automatically adjusted? Think of it and answer. Think of it and answer. I'm saying RBI has increased STF rate. Do you think all the other rates will get automatically adjusted? No, it will not happen. Why? STF is not a policy tool. It is not the main tool for RBI. It is the repo rate. So when repo rate is changed, automatically all the other tools will change. But when STF will change, nothing, only STF will change. Is it okay? Is it okay with all of you? And can RBI change only STF? Right? Think of it. Can RBI change only STF? Of course, yes. Sir, where? Where can RBI change STF? If inflation rate is very high, in order to reduce the money supply, can RBI change only STF? Is it okay? Is it okay? Can RBI change only STF in order to reduce the money supply in the economy? Of course, yes, they can do that. Right? Bank has, let's say, 100 crore rather than lending in the market, because STF has increased. Now banks will keep more deposit with RBI, which means money supply in the automatically will go down. Liquidity will go down. Right? That is very, very important. Please remember this. If bank rate is changed, then only bank rate will change. If reverse repo rate is changed, only reverse repo rate will change. But if repo rate is changed, all the other tools automatically will get adjusted. Done? That is a concept of bank rate, repo rate, reverse repo rate, STF. Now there is one more tool. I hope you understand. There is one more tool now. What is one more tool? There is a tool called as marginal standing facility. Marginal standing facility, MSF, marginal standing facility. Right? What happens under marginal standing facility? Under MSF, the banks are allowed to borrow only for overnight purposes, only for one day. Understand this very carefully. Under marginal standing facility, the banks are allowed to borrow for overnight purposes, that is only for one day. Very, very short duration. MSF is used for very, very short duration. Now, why will the banks borrow only for one day? Imagine the bank is supposed to maintain certain amount of cash, which they are supposed to do, by the way. You'll understand. When I take up CRR, SLR, etc., you'll understand it. Have patience. Imagine at the end of the day, the bank is supposed to have certain amount of cash, but they don't have it. They are falling short of the money. So only for one day, the bank wants to borrow. Only for overnight, they want to borrow. So they are allowed to borrow from RBI, which is called as a marginal standing facility. MSF, marginal standing facility. Now, whenever you opt for a marginal standing facility, whenever the banks will take a loan under marginal standing facility, RBI will charge a higher rate of interest. Higher rate of interest. And there is a very good reason for it. And many of you ask me, sir, why higher rate of interest? They should charge low. No. Right? Imagine RBI had told you, at the end of the day, you should have 100 crore rupee deposit. At the end of the day, you are supposed to have how much money? 100 crore rupees worth of deposits. But if you are not able to meet this 100 crore rupees, is it not a mismanagement from your side? Let me know if you disagree. Is it not, right, a mismanagement from the side of the banks? So because of your mismanagement, you are falling short of these targets. Now you want money from RBI. So RBI will simply say, I will penalize you now. I will impose a penalty on you people, because despite having the guidelines, you are not following the guidelines. So what RBI does is, it will charge a rate of interest that is higher than repo rate. I'll repeat it. Right? Because of the mismanagement of the banks are not able to meet these numbers. RBI will give a loan for short duration, that is under the MSF for one day. But RBI will penalize the bank by charging higher than repo rate. Is it okay? Higher than repo rate. So process is very clear here. I'll repeat it. Follow this. Under MSF, banks will borrow for only one day. Overnight, one day. And because RBI says, because of the mismanagement you are borrowing from us, RBI will charge a higher rate of interest, higher than repo. Okay, higher than repo. Okay, so now can I arrange all these rates? Can I arrange all these rates? As per the current policy of RBI, the most important tool for RBI is repo. Most important tool is repo. Below repo, that is rate of interest wise. Below repo, we have STF. Below STF, we have reverse repo. We have reverse repo. And higher than repo, there are two tools again. The rate of interest higher than repo, there are two tools. One is a marginal standing facility and the other one is a bank rate. Another one is bank rate. Now please remember this. Whatever is the bank rate, same rate of interest is also marginal standing facility. I'll repeat it again. Whatever is the bank rate, same rate of interest is there under marginal standing facility. Sir, what do you mean by this? If I just write the numbers like this, let's say repo rate is 5%, STF will be 4.5%, right? Reverse repo rate will be somewhere around 4.35%. MSF and bank rate, both of them will be 5.5%. 5.5%. Done? This is how the sequence is there. This is how the sequence of rate of interest is arranged by RBI. Right? Now let me go to the next one. Any difficulty so far? Any difficulty so far? Again, whatever is the exact number, don't by heart it. Understand what I'm saying? Whatever is the exact number, don't by heart it. I will not by heart it. Why? Come the month of April, we expect a change to happen. By the time you write the exam, again the change might have happened. I hope you understand this. Right? That's a reason. Do not by heart all these numbers. Numbers are not relevant here. Do not by heart. Okay? That's the basic idea of MSF, bank rate, repo, STF and reverse repo rate. Any collateral? Yes. Collaterals are there. Okay? Collaterals are there. Sir, if MSF is equal to bank rate, where is the penalty? You are asked to pay higher than repo rate. You are asked to pay higher than repo rate. Because many of you will ask me, sir, already repo rate is there. Can I borrow under repo rate? Why will I borrow under MSF? Think of it. Just think of it. There is already a repo rate. Why will I borrow under the reverse? Why will I borrow under the MSF? Point number one. Repo rate, reverse repo rate are not always available for the banks. Remember, I'm entering into technicalities. These are not given in the books. Follow this. Repo rate, reverse repo rate are not always available for the banks. RBI will announce when they are going to conduct repo and reverse repo. Right? So that's the reason you will have to approach RBI for overnight purposes to borrow under MSF. But RBI says, I will impose a penalty. What is the penalty? I will charge you higher than repo rate. If RBI says repo rate plus 0.25%, is it not equivalent to having a penalty on you? Just think of it. If RBI says, right, repo rate plus 0.25%, is it not right as good as having a higher penalty on you? That is basically the idea. Okay. Now, how the repo, reverse repo, etc. have moved, please have a look at the graph. Do not by heart the graph. Do not waste your time here. Do not by heart all of this graph. Not relevant. But what you can observe is it okay? As the repo moves, all the other rates are moving? Let me know. As the repo moves, all the other rates are moving. You will have to make that observation first. Second, you will also see that in one case, reverse repo rate has changed. Reverse repo rate has changed, but repo has not changed. I'm talking about this. Look at that stretch. Reverse repo rate has changed, but repo has not changed. And that is the reason you will see that the gap between repo and reverse repo has widened, which means RBI has only changed reverse repo, not repo. Okay. And finally, you will see one more orange color line somewhere right near April 2022. A new orange color line will start coming and the black color line, dotted line has stopped. What does it mean? The orange color line is STF. Orange color line is STF. And did I not tell you with the introduction of the STF, reverse repo rate has become useless? See, is the reverse repo rate being tracked down? After April 2022, just have a look at the graph. Are you tracking reverse repo rate? No, STF has become important now. Done? Right, so this is right a basic idea of how the rates have moved. Right? Do not buy hard the graph. Do not buy hard the graph. But is it okay? Rates have decreased, right? Because RBI wanted to promote recovery. Now RBI is increasing the rates from last year, April, May 2022, because the inflation rate is higher now. Okay? This is what you need to observe from the graph. Do not buy hard the graph. Graph is not relevant. Now next one, cash reserve ratio. Next concept is cash reserve ratio. So GDP growth rate is slowing down. Why increase in repo rate? My dear, inflation rate has consistently remained higher. We have discussed all of this in the chapter of inflation. Inflation rate in the last 1 year consistently has remained higher. Do you expect RBI to sit quietly even though inflation rate for 10 months was above 6%? You tell me. Right? We have already discussed it. Inflation rate consistently has remained above 6%. Right? So what is the option left with RBI? Increase interest rates. That is the reason you are seeing it. Okay. Let me go to the next one. CRR, cash reserve ratio. I'll discuss two reserve ratios here. Follow the concepts carefully. Focus on the discussion first. One is a cash reserve ratio. Second one is a statutory liquidity ratio. Both of them are basically referred to as statutory reserve requirements. Statutory reserve requirements. Right? Why statutory reserve requirements? Banks will have to follow them. Banks will have to follow both of these reserve requirements. So one is CRR, long form is given here, and the other one is SLR. I'll cover it in the next slide. Let me start with CRR. But before explaining CRR, I'll introduce one more concept to you, the idea of asset and liability for a bank. Focus on this discussion now. The concept of asset and liability for a bank. What is an asset? Anything that will get returns to you is called as an asset. Any difficulty, right? Please right now raise the doubt. I'll finish banking, then you'll ask me what is asset. Asset means what? Anything that will get returns to you is called as asset. What about liability? Liability means anything that will lead to outflow of money, that is a liability. Now look at a bank here. Look at a bank. The bank will collect your deposits. Will the deposit be given back or not? Is it okay? The bank will collect your deposit. Will the bank return your deposits or not? Of course, yes. They will have to give your deposit along with interest. Now, can I call this as a liability? Simple. Can I call this as a liability? So any deposit that is collected by the bank becomes a liability. On the other side, bank will give loans to borrowers. Borrowers will repay the loan along with interest. Can I call the loans as assets? So for a bank, loans are assets, whereas the deposits are liabilities. Now, why should you understand all of this? I'll introduce one more term, NDTL. I've given the long form here. Please have a look at it. I will write short form in the next slide. NDTL simply stands for net demand and time liabilities. Net demand and time liabilities. All of you will understand the term liability now. Liabilities are nothing but deposits. Liabilities are the deposits collected by the bank. Now, what is this net demand and time liabilities? The deposits are divided into two types. The deposits are divided into two types. One type of a deposit which is kept for specific time period. One type of deposit kept for specific time period, that is a specific number of days. Example, fixed deposit. Any difficulty here? Fixed deposit. When you keep an FD, are you not keeping that money for specific number of days with a bank? Right? Let's say 555 days, 2 years, right? Let's say 75 days, specific time period, you are keeping that with the bank. So it is one type of a deposit. Another deposit is a deposit where whenever the customer wants, they can withdraw the money. That is, whenever there is a demand for money, the customers are allowed to withdraw the money from the deposits. Example, savings bank account. Any difficulty, let me know right now. Savings bank account. For example, you have a savings bank account in a bank. Can you withdraw the money whenever you want? Can you withdraw the money? Right. Sir, what if the bank is closed? My dear, go to ATM then. Go to ATM and withdraw the money. Right. Who is stopping you? You don't even have to go to ATM. Can you write a check on this? Right? Can you write a check and give it to, right, let's say somebody else in the market? Of course, yes. So whenever the demand arises, you can withdraw the money. And right, you will keep the money for a specific number of days or specific time period with the bank. Now the first one is called as a time deposit. First one is referred to as time deposit. Second one is referred to as demand deposit. I'm pretty sure all of you will understand why they are using the term time and demand. Right, first one is an example or is basically an explanation of time deposit. Second one is an explanation of a demand deposit. Now, get the sum total of both of them. Get the sum total of both of them. This is NDTL. Get the sum total of both of them. This will come under NDTL. Now, many of you are doing permutation combination, right? Many of you are doing permutation combination. Sir, where will the current account fall? You tell me what is the feature of a current account, right? Before asking the questions, just think once. Just think once. Where does the current account fall? What is the feature of a current account? Are you going to keep the money in the current account for specific time period? Then you do not know the feature. You simply do not know the feature then, right? So in a current account, you can deposit money whenever, right? Whenever you can, whenever you want, you can withdraw the money. Okay, so argument is you will deposit and withdraw whenever you want. Is it not a demand deposit? Right? I hope you understand. Right? All these are self-explanatory. I hope you understand. Right? All these are self-explanatory. But anyways, you will put these questions. Right? Either to check my knowledge or to check whether you know it or not. Right? Somebody has asked, sir, what about recurring deposit? You tell me what is the feature of recurring deposit? You will keep the money, periodically you will deposit and you can withdraw whenever you want. Then you do not know the feature of recurring deposit. It's a type of a term deposit. That's a time deposit. Okay. So get the summation of this. This is called as net demand and time liabilities. Done. This is referred to as net demand and time liabilities. Now come back to the slide here. Come back to the slide. What is a cash reserve ratio? What is cash reserve ratio? It is the percentage of NDTL. It is a percentage of NDTL that the banks will have to keep with RBI. I'll repeat it. Definition is there in the slide itself. It is a percentage of NDTL that the banks will have to keep with RBI. What does it mean? Imagine you will collect 100 crore rupees in the form of deposits. Either demand or time, doesn't matter. You have collected 100 crore rupee worth of deposits and let's say CRR is 4%. What does it mean? You will have to take 4 crore rupees, deposit this 4 crore with Reserve Bank of India. That is what I've given in the picture here. Right? This is called as a cash reserve ratio. Sir, why does RBI do this? Why does RBI in the first place have statutory reserve requirements? Why? Follow this carefully. Imagine you are a depositor, customer. I am a bank. You will keep the deposit with me. Now, if I use all the deposit and give a loan, Don't you think there is a lot of risk in the system? In fact, I've explained this in the beginning of the class, right? In the beginning of the class, I've explained this fractional reserve system, right? I told you there is a reserve requirement. I was talking about this reserve requirement itself. So argument is, if there is no condition, I will take all the money, I will give the loan. What if they run away? Your 100 rupees or 100 crore rupees doob gaya, right? Lost. So there is a problem. That's the reason RBI has statutory reserve requirements. Okay, so first one is CRR, cash reserve ratio. Next point. Right now the cash reserve ratio is 4%. Right now CRR is 4%. RBI doesn't tinker with this. RBI doesn't change CRR very often. RBI changes repo rate very often. But please understand the next point. How much is the level? Right? How much level is allowed by RBI to be kept in the form of CRR? RBI will fix CRR generally in the range of 3% to 15%. Okay, RBI will fix CRR generally in the range of 3% to 15%. In this range itself, RBI will fix CRR. Done. These are the points regarding CRR. Can I go to the next now? Can I go to the next one? Right, CRR, these are the points. And I forgot to tell you one more point. Right, I forgot to tell you one more point. Whatever bank deposits you will keep with RBI, that is under CRR. Whatever bank deposits you will keep, RBI will not pay any interest on it. Please remember this. RBI will not pay any interest on this. Remember this. RBI doesn't pay any interest on it. Right? So these are certain very important points regarding CRR. Is there any legal backing for CRR? Right? Is it obligation for all the banks? Yes. Right? Yes, it is an obligation for all the banks. They will have to maintain it. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, what if a bank doesn't do it? RBI will penalize you. I'll come to that also. RBI will penalize you. Okay? CRR and FR. What is FR? I don't know. What is FRS? I don't know. Please let me know what is FRS. Okay. Now, let me ask you a simple question. Let me ask you a very simple question. Can RBI reduce CRR to promote growth? Right? Can RBI reduce CRR to promote growth? Of course, yes. Can RBI increase? Arey, 3 people today, 4. Right? 4 are saying no. Again, I'm not saying RBI will do it. I'm saying can RBI reduce CRR to promote growth? The answer is yes, my dear. Answer is yes. Right, sir? How? Right? It's not possible. How is that possible? Let me show it to you. Imagine CRR right now is 10%. Imagine CRR right now is 10%. Which means you have collected deposit worth 100 crore. Out of 100 crore, you'll have to keep 10 crore with RBI. 10 crore with RBI. You are left with how much money? 90 crore rupees to lend. What if RBI reduces this from 10% to 2%? Think of it. Right? If RBI reduces it from 10% to 2%, will you not have more money to lend in the market? Right? Will you not have more money to lend in the market? Of course, yes. If more money is there to lend, will the interest rates come down? Yes. Will it promote growth? Answer is yes. Okay. So CRR can be used. I'm not saying it is being used. Can be used by RBI. Next one is SLR. Statutory liquidity ratio. Right? SLR, statutory liquidity ratio. Now NDTL I've already discussed. Concept of NDTL, I'm done with that. I'll directly use NDTL now. What is SLR? It is a percentage of NDTL. Percentage of NDTL that the banks will have to keep with themselves. I'll repeat the statement here. What is SLR? It is a percentage, right? It is a percentage of NDTL that the banks will have to keep with themselves. Right? What is the meaning of it? Let's take a simple example. Imagine SLR is 20%. In fact, it is somewhere around 19% now. Right? Let's say imagine SLR is 20%. So you have collected deposits worth 100 crore rupees. You have collected deposits worth 100 crore rupees. If SLR is 20%, if SLR is 20%, what does it mean? Out of 100 crore, 20 crore rupees you will have to keep with yourself. That is, the bank has to keep with itself. It has to keep with itself. They are not allowed to use it for loans. Remaining 80 crore rupees, you can use it for loans. But even here also, there is CRR. What if CRR is 5%? Understand this. What if CRR is 5%? So bank will keep 20 crore rupee with itself. They will take 5 crore rupees, give it to RBI, and remaining 75 crore rupees, now the bank has, right, or a bank can use to provide loans. Right, so the argument is simple here. RBI will use the statutory reserve requirements, SRR, statutory reserve requirements, one, in order to protect the interest of depositors. Otherwise, what the banks will do, they will use all the money to lend in the market, taking very high amount of risk. And second, RBI will also use the statutory reserve requirements basically in order to either increase or reduce credit in the market. Either increase, right, or decrease the amount of loans given by the banks in the market. Right? Is it visible to all of you? Is it pretty much, right, clear to all of you? Because what if CRR and SLR, which is 25% here, what if it is increased to 40%? What if it is increased to 40%? Tell me, the loans issued by the bank, will it go down or go up? It will go down. What if rather than 25%, both of them, what if 25%, it will be reduced to 10%, both of them? The amount of loans issued by the banks automatically will go up. Right? So that is the basic idea. That's a basic idea. So RBI can use it to protect interest as well as control the credit supply in the market. Right? So earlier we have discussed the concept of fractional reserve system. Right? Somebody said FRS, sir, fractional reserve system. Right? So can I say basically these are the tools under fractional reserve system? Under fractional reserve system, we have a reserve ratio. What is this reserve ratio? It is this ratio itself. And when the ratios are changed, think of it. When the ratios are increased, money supply will come down. Any disagreement? When the ratio is increased, the money supply in the economy will go down. And when ratios are decreased, money supply will increase. Any difficulty with this? Any difficulty with this? That is the basic idea of SLR and CRR. Now, when I say, right, when I say the bank has to keep with itself, in what way? Right, let's say in this example, the amount that the bank is keeping with itself is 20 crore rupees. It is 20 crore rupees. But in what way? In what way they are allowed to keep it? They can keep it in the form of cash. They can invest in gold. Or third one, they can invest and purchase government securities. And next week, I'll connect it to current affairs, SVB. We'll discuss SVB. Many of you are asking SVB. I'll connect it to SVB, not today, next week. So think of this. They are allowed to keep this 20 crore rupees in the form of cash, in the form of gold, or in the form of securities. What kind of securities? The G securities. Treasury bills they can purchase. They can purchase government bonds. They can purchase state development loans. They can purchase even green bonds now, sovereign green bonds. We'll discuss that later, not today. They can purchase sovereign gold bonds. All these can be kept under the concept of SLR. Now, think of it and answer to me. If you are the bank, I am giving you an option of keeping this 20 crore rupee in the form of cash, in the form of gold, in the form of securities. Which one would you prefer? Which one would you prefer? Cash, cash, cash. Wrong. You will prefer government securities. You will prefer government securities, not even gold. I'll tell you why. Banks prefer government securities. Some of you are saying, sir, gold. Gold prices are volatile. I hope you understand. Gold prices are volatile. And please understand this. This 100 crore rupee deposit that you have collected from the depositors, they can come to you and withdraw at any point of time. I hope you understand. They can come to you and withdraw it at any point of time. Right? So you invest in gold. Imagine you have invested in the gold. When you invest in the gold per 10 grams, the gold price now was 50,000 rupees. 50,000 rupees. After 1 week, depositors are running to your bank. They want to withdraw money. Gold price has fallen down to 40,000 rupees. 40,000 rupees. It's very volatile. It's very, very volatile. Banks will not prefer that. Some of you are saying cash. My dear, if you keep it simply in the form of cash, will the cash get you any returns? Will the cash get you any returns? You have taken 100 crore, let's say 20 crores you have taken, you will keep it just like that. Will you get any returns on it? No, you will not get any returns on it. But focus on securities. Focus on securities. These are issued by the government. These are issued by the government. And please trust me when I say this. Banks in India, unlike Western banks, some of you will compare it with Western banks and say, sir, same thing will happen here. Absolutely no. Banks in India are structured different compared to Western banks. I'll prove it next week. Next class, I'll prove it. Have patience. So banks in India, imagine you are the bank. You have taken that 20 crore rupees, you have invested in the government securities. Don't you think it is a much, much safer investment? Right? Don't you think it is a much, much safer investment? Point one. And second, you will also earn interest on it. You will also get interest on it. That is the precise reason. Remember this. That's a precise reason. Even though options are there, banks will prefer securities. Banks will simply prefer G securities. Okay? Right? This is basically the idea of a statutory liquidity ratio. So we have covered repo, reverse repo, standing deposit facility, bank rate, marginal standing facility, statutory liquidity ratio, and cash reserve ratio. Finally, is it okay if I say this now? Having discussed all of these tools will be either used to overall increase the money supply or decrease the money supply in the economy. Let me know. Right, we have discussed around 6 to 7 tools. Repo, reverse repo, STF, marginal standing facility, bank rate, CRR, SLR, 7 tools. Can I simply say that using any of these tools or more than one of these tools, RBI can either increase the money or decrease the money in the overall economy, in the full economy. Right? Is there any tool within this 7? Let me know now. Is there any tool within this 7 wherein you can specifically target agriculture sector? Let me know. Any of these 7 tools. Can you specifically target agriculture sector? Right? 1%, 2% now say yes. How? You tell me that. Which tool are you looking at? Which tool are you looking at and you're saying, sir, we can target agriculture sector. So repo, my dear, if repo rate is increased, overall money supply will go down. How do you say specifically agriculture sector? I hope you understand. Right? Specifically, you cannot target. You cannot target. That's the reason I'm asking you. Right? Overall money supply in the economy will increase. Overall money supply will decrease. That's it. But later, that is, let's say next week, in the next class, I'll take up one more set of tools. Qualitative set of tools. Right? That was the next concept. Qualitative set of tools. I'll discuss this. Example, PSL. Priority sector lending. Priority sector lending. Under priority sector lending, you can specifically target agriculture sector. You can specifically target export loans. You can target housing loans. So what is going to happen in the next set of tools? We can target the sectors. Either we can increase the money supply, decrease the money supply in these sectors. Done? So that is the discussion regarding quantitative set of tools. Quantitative. Tomorrow, again, not tomorrow, next week, Monday, I'll start with the concept of qualitative, which are specifically targeted to sectors. Done? Now, any questions you people have? Start asking. Does RBI pay interest on SLR? My dear, you tell me. Under SLR, you have invested in the government securities. Do you think RBI will pay interest to you on government securities? You tell me. Right? No, it will not give you. Why? Government securities, government will pay it. Why will RBI pay it? Why will people deposit their securities in the bank? In what context are you asking? I am not saying people will deposit their securities. You will give money to bank. Bank will use that money, part of it, to purchase the government securities. That is the idea of the SLR. Confusion with bank rate and repo rate. My goodness. This is bank rate. Look at the picture. At least look at the picture. This is repo rate. Both the pictures are one and the same. I hope you understand. Right? There should not be any confusion because you are not even observing pictures now. Forget about everything else. You are not even observing pictures. Sir, both bank rate and repo rate, both of them look similar. How? You tell me. Right? In bank rate, there is no collateral. In repo rate, there is a collateral. How both are one and the same? Right? So understand, right? Just to make it easier, I have drawn the pictures. Even you have doubts in pictures now. Okay. Now, how declining yield rate of a bond decreases overall rates. Okay, so have a look at this. This is a government bond. 10-year government bond. You invest 100 rupee in this government bond. The government bond will give you a returns of 5%. But rather than investing 100 rupee, that is a face value, you have invested 110 rupees. You have invested 110 rupees. Market price has gone up. Do you think government will give you returns based on the market prices? Do you think government will give you returns on market prices? No. Government will give you returns on the value of the bond, face value. What is the face value? 100. You have invested 110, you will still get 5 rupees. So if the yield rate on government securities will fall, if it will fall, imagine I'm a private sector company. Will I offer more returns to you? Think of it, no? At least apply common knowledge. If the yield rate on government securities will fall, let's say it is 4% now, do you think private sector company will offer 12% interest rate to you? How does that make sense to you? You tell me. They will never offer it. Why? You are basically getting 4% in one security. Why will they give you 12%? They will give you 4.5%. So don't you think, right, overall interest rates in the market will come down? Okay. Is this the time to apply Operation Twist, improve economic growth? No, not required. Operation Twist is not required now. Right? Again, please understand, economic growth will improve. Don't worry about, let's say, 1 or 2 quarters. Economic growth will improve. Economic survey itself has said we will achieve more than 6% growth rate. IMF also says we are going to achieve very good growth rate. It will happen. Have patience. Right? Have patience. Don't worry about what is going to happen in 1 or 2 quarters. Because of certain external as well as internal events, growth will be affected. But that is not a structural problem in India. It will recover. Don't worry. Okay. Indirect monetization simply means, I'll repeat it, indirect monetization means RBI will auction the government securities, collect the money, give it to government. That's it. RBI will auction government securities, collect the money and give it to government. That is the concept of indirect monetization. Okay. Done then. So let's stop the discussion today here. Let's stop the discussion today here. Next class, right? Next class, I believe today's Friday, so Monday. Next class, Monday, let's start with the discussion on qualitative set of tools. Qualitative set of tools. Okay, so let's pick it up from qualitative set of tools on Monday, 6 a.m. So take care. See you on Monday. Have a great weekend.